Hello, everybody, to the Dead On podcast. Well, technically, Dead On discussion. As you can see, one of our members is not actually here today. The Hidden Flame, he is going to be busy for the month of June. So, me and SciSpy here, we are going to be doing a Dead On discussion. This will be combined with last week's Dead On discussion, technically 2 weeks ago for us, but it would have been last week, where I was having technical issues. But we got a couple of topics to discuss today. So the ongoing Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard situation. We've discussed it actually in every single, believe it or not, guys, we discussed it in every single podcast. Yeah, we'll be talking about next week. 4 podcasts in, and we finally got closing statements this week. And we did get one more testimony from Kate Moss, but it was only about 2 or 3 minutes because she ended up actually injuring herself prior to having her testimony and needed to have medical treatment done. She ended up slipping downstairs because it was raining. Wherever the hell it is that they're having this court case hearing.
Well, that's not what she testified to.
Do what?
No, the whole thing was that Amber Heard was saying that she heard a rumor, and this was back in like 2015, 2016, that Johnny Depp had pushed Kate Moss down the stairs. He was in a brief relationship with Kate Moss. It was like a few months, something like that. And it was raining out. He'd gone on ahead. Basically, he was outside waiting for her. It was raining. The stairs were wet. She slipped and fell down the stairs. It was only like 2 or 3 stairs, so she didn't really fall that far. But she fell wrong and landed on her back. John heard her basically scream, cry out, whatever. Went basically picked her up or checked on her, picked her up, took her to her room, and got medical attention.
Okay, I thought she had fallen prior to the testimony being.
No, it was basically a what happened during this, because they were trying to figure out where that rumor was coming from, because Amber Heard was I heard a rumor. They're like, okay, where'd you hear it from?
Yeah, rumor has it. Who said it?
Yeah, if it's a rumor, it's hearsay.
Yep. And hearsay is not admissible in court, or at least the legal eagle always says.
Yeah, it's all the. I was actually interested in the closing arguments, which were done yesterday.
Yeah, literally hours
Depp's
before
lawyer.
Yesterday like before yesterday ended, I guess is the best way to put it. We finally got the closing arguments put public. Yeah, I guarantee you they were done earlier, probably in the morning or something.
There were, I think, the closing arguments for each person took an hour and a half. And
I do love how that Johnny Depp's lawyer pretty much called Amber Heard a straight up liar.
She is a straight up liar.
He didn't sugarcoat it. Didn't mince words. Is like she is a liar.
Well, I mean,
it's straight up.
It's pretty much going to come down to who does the jury believe. And because basically there are almost no consistencies between either side. Besides the fact that they were in a relationship from X time to Y time. Both stories are completely basically opposite of each other. So it's going to be up to the jury. So as far as that goes, I am a big fan of Camille Vasquez, one of Johnny Depp's lawyers.
That's the one that they think that he's having a relationship with, right?
Yeah, the young, the young pretty one, the one that actually did part of the closing arguments. But I think that as far as the deliberation and stuff are going to go, I don't think it's going to take the whole week for them to decide.
No.
I do think, based on all the information, because we've we've gotten all the evidence we're going to get as far as stuff. We can speculate now on what the jury will decide based on stuff, but it's all going to be speculation. As far as the things go, it's like Johnny Depp would almost never look at the jury. He would always look down or look at the person. Look at the person he was talking to specifically, which is the examiner or cross-examiner or whoever, basically the lawyer who was asking him questions. Almost never would Amber Heard look at, and this is even all of her counsel, all of her witnesses, they would all look at the jury and tell the jury the information instead of talking to the lawyer that was asking the questions.
Which, by the way, for those that don't know, court etiquette, you're not supposed to look at the jury. Mm-hmm. Lawyers will like address the jury directly because that's part of their job. They have to. But the defendant and what's the other one? There's the defendant and the plaintiff. Thank you.
Plaintiff.
They're not supposed to address the jury. They're supposed to address the person that is questioning them, cross-examination, or the judge themselves.
Okay, so here is the article. As of the end of the day yesterday, Amber Heard isn't really asking for $100 million she sued Johnny Depp for. Her lawyer said Friday that they simply asked for that amount to send a message to the Pirates of the Caribbean star after he asked for half the amount when he sued her for defamation. The information came Friday that the Virginia courtroom and legal teams for the former spouses registered their closing arguments in their dueling defamation case. Johnny Depp sued for $50 million, and we sent a message back saying, fine, then we're going to sue for $400 million. Because look at what you did to her. We're not asking you to give $100 million. Her attorney.
Just give everything that you own, you know.
Speaking about the compensatory damages, we're asking you to look at the damages in this case and be fair and reasonable for what you.
Who the fuck is her legal? My camera's dead. I'm sorry. It's the battery, guys.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, just keep talking.
Who the fuck is her legal team, dude?
Yeah, between Elaine and Rottenborn, and I'm sorry, becoming a lawyer with a name like Rottenborn, that is going to get you some.
It's like Dragonborn, really but not dragons.
Just having that name.
Continuing on, the case went to jury Friday afternoon. While Depp's side has painted the case as being about to get his life and reputation back, Heard's side has argued that it's a First Amendment case about the right to tell one's story. Heard's attorney, Rottenborn, led off the defense closing arguments by warning jurors about the message they would be sending to victims of domestic abuse if they found in Depp's favor. If you didn't take pictures, it didn't happen. If you did take pictures, they're fake. If you didn't tell your friends, you're lying. If you did tell your friends, they're part of the hoax. If you didn't seek medical treatment, you weren't injured. If you did seek medical treatment, you're crazy. If you do everything you can to help your spouse, the person that you love, rid himself of a crushing drug or alcohol abuse that spins him into abusive, rage-filled monster, you're an ag. If you decide enough is enough and you've had enough of the pain, and you have to leave to save yourself, you're a gold digger. Rottenborn called the case victim blaming at its most disgusting. He also replayed the notorious video of Depp wandering around the kitchen, slamming cabinet doors, pouring himself a large glass of wine, and getting angry when he realized Heard was recording his actions. Who does that? Who does that? Imagine watching your husband, the person you love, behaving violently like that, like a wild animal. That is abuse. That's abuse. I'll stop there for a moment.
So
Yeah.
That was pretty.
the thing
That's pretty
that
much his side.
they so graciously are issuing out is about that video is that Heard was agitating him. And he lost his cool. And
Everyone
but-
does.
what does he do? He slams cabinets and pours himself a drink, and then he yells at Amber. Ooh, shit.
Well,
And he only yelled at
Yeah.
her because she was
well,
recording
and not
it.
only that, the fact that he has a history with quite a few other celebrities and young ladies and stuff like that, all of which said, no, he's been nothing but a perfect gentleman the whole time.
Yeah, they said that the relationship might not have worked out, but
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it was good while it lasted.
Yeah, and it was one of those things is like he's not a violent person. And the whole thing where he's like her whole story starts even before they started a relationship. Where he was abusing her before they even started. Because this was technically before they married.
Yeah.
Because all this stuff started before they were even married. Which I'm sitting here like, if all this was happening before you even just got married, then why did you get married?
Okay, so those statements came after
Let
Depp's
me
attorney.
let me answer your
argued
question
that
real
he-
quick, Sai.
Mm-hmm.
Despite what this lovely person on Amber's team is saying, Amber is a gold digger. She is a cunt as well. And regardless,
you can't
What,
say that
cunt?
word.
I
can
said
say whatever
yeah.
I want.
I said it.
It is perfectly. It's a perfectly viable description in Australia. Oh, you lazy cunt.
Yeah. Anyway,
and
keep going.
I can say it. But the fact of the matter is that she is all these things.
Mhm.
And Johnny is a obviously very emotionally damaged individual. So he probably has I wouldn't say that he's necessarily he's not I wouldn't say he necessarily let himself get cucked per se. Because I doubt that he would. He'd probably break it off. But he probably has a little bit of an emotional dependency. He needs somebody. Even I think that there's a song that oh God, I can't remember the band's name, but basically it's talking about how even in the worst kind of relationship, she is more happy. She was much more happy with the abuse, the violence, the the angry sex, everything like that, than with nothing.
Mhm.
And there's like several documentaries about like abusive relationships and all that kind of stuff. So I think for him, he probably has some we know that he's emotionally damaged. That's a given. We know his backstory about his mother and his father and all that kind of stuff. That can lead to some emotional dependencies that maybe even if a relationship is really, really bad, like the one they had with Amber, he might think that it was in the moment better than him being on his own. That's just my thought process. And it's all speculation, of course.
Okay, here's the next part. Those statements came after Depp's attorneys argued that he was the actual victim in the relationship. There is an abuser in this courtroom, and it is not Mr. Depp, Camille said. There is a victim of domestic abuse in this courtroom, and it is not Miss Heard. Later, Vasquez painted the team's allegations against Heard more plainly. Miss Heard lied, she said, and then she lied again, and she kept lying. Heard allegedly lied, Vasquez said, when she asked for the temporary restraining order in 2016, when she said she donated her entire $7 million divorce settlement to charity, and then she wrote the 2018 Washington Post op-ed around which Depp's case revolves. The case is being argued in Virginia because of the state is home to the news outlet servers. She's come too far. She can't back down. She's lied too many times to too many people, Vasquez said. So when Mr. Depp finally decided to fight to clear his name by filing this lawsuit, Miss Heard responded by making up more and more stories of more and more extreme abuse. She came up with a new accusation that Mr. Depp had raped her with a bottle in Australia, and she keeps making new claims even now. After listing the 16 witnesses who stood up in the court for Depp either in person or via live video, including ex-girlfriend Kate Moss, the Depp team later said that except for Heard's sister, Whitney, I'm not going to say her last name, no one showed up for Miss Heard in this courtroom, other than witnesses who were paid to testify. Heard's team presented its case in large part via pre-recorded video depositions. I will stop there for the moment so you can talk about it.
Here's the funny thing about them mentioning Amber Heard's sister. Her sister like slipped up during her thing. If I recall correctly, there was like a moment where she like catches herself, and I could be wrong about this. I could be thinking about Amber Heard herself. Where I think it was the cross examiner literally points out and is like, you weren't supposed to say that, were you?
Mm-hmm.
Like basically because now I can't, it could have been Amber Heard herself, but I think it was her sister, and I can't remember what it exactly was in reference to, but it was basically how Johnny handled every single situation, which again, he walked away.
Pretty much.
Apparently that's the type of person he was. He's and I was watching other videos like where, despite him having like a very outgoing type of personality in movies and such like that, he's an introvert.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't interact with people by choice, for the most part.
And he's not
Except
confrontational.
Yeah, he's non-confrontational. And all that's due to his childhood life. Apparently.
Yeah, it is.
Where his mother was extremely abusive.
Mm-hmm. I think we talked about. I think I talked about it last episode. But yes,
basically, there's all that craziness with that, and that's actually one of the points that they brought up in the closing arguments. His mother was extremely abusive, but he would still stand by her side. And he was there until basically she died. And the next day after she passed, the divorce, not the divorce, but the restraining order got done. Like the day after his mom passed, which was like, yeah, that kind of sent him off a little bit. Or at least make him break down. Because not only he lost one people, he lost two.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. It's it is one of those things that, you know, you can't really determines somebody's level of abuse and how they handle it. Because, whenever he lost his mother, I mean, despite how abusive she may have been, I mean, it's still his mother. I very strongly believe that he despite everything that had happened throughout the course of his life, he still loved her, and losing her was probably very, very hard on him. And not only that, I think that I this one is going to be a little bit, because I don't want to I don't want to make it sound cold, but I mean, I don't think. And whenever you talk about the divorce, are you talking about his first wife, the French?
No,
mom?
I'm talking about the Amber Heard divorce.
Oh, okay.
And the restraining order. Basically, she went and got the restraining order like the night after, or like 2 days after, or something like that. Right after his mom died.
Oh, okay. Well,
basically, it was a like a kick him while he's down situation.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I don't think, honestly, that Johnny really ever loved Amber. Which, that's not a crime in itself. It sucks. And if Amber were a better person, I'd feel bad for her. She's not a better person, so I don't really feel a lot of I don't really feel a lot of guilt for her in that regard.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the stuff that came up during the court case, and a lot of stuff that's mentioned in the closing arguments. Aside from the alleged bruises and such that, and honestly,
you mean the one that the doctor proved was self-inflicted?
Yeah, well, let's say alleged. That's what I said. It's like saying it's like a back, the assault on the airplane, all that stuff. It's like all the stuff that she's saying happened to her, but she provides no evidence. But on most of the occasions, like the only one that she actually had a picture of was the one that when she got the restraining order, and the next day, or 2 days later, it was gone. It was probably, she says it's covered up by makeup. It's like, you can't make up swelling.
Well, not only that,
you could ice it down, but it doesn't stay down.
Yeah, not only that, the company that actually makes that little makeup kit, I think I mentioned this last episode too.
It didn't make it until after the relationship ended. Yeah.
Yeah, after they didn't start until 2017, which the divorce came through. Like, I think early, it was like late 2017 that the kit was made. I think the divorce was like late 2016, early 2017, something around there. But it was just like, it's just digging the hole, digging the hole.
Okay, I'm gonna finish this article here. Dep Attorney Ben Chu, during his turn in front of the jury, categorized the case as a unique and singular Me Too case, where there's not a single Me Too, as in no other women who came forward to similarly accuse Depp of abuse. Chu also noted that after the Me Too movement hit in 2017, producers knew better than to hire anyone who had been accused of abuse, implying that Heard's 2018 op-ed, had placed Depp into the category where he didn't belong. One that allegedly cost him tens of millions of dollars in acting work. Rottenborn returned in his rebuttal to remind the jury how Heard's career had allegedly suffered after comments were made by former Depp attorney Adam Waldman. Studios like her. Co-workers like her. She tests well, but she can't get opportunities because of the negativity associated with Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman. Judge Penny as Carrot, the judge, who kicked off Friday by reading the jury its instructions about how to decide the case, had strongly hinted the day before that the jury shouldn't argue past dinner time each day, and instructed them to decide what time they would return to deliberations after the Monday holiday. In Virginia, the 7-person civil jury must reach a verdict unanimously. The jury in this case will decide the defamation claims for both actors simultaneously. It is not clear whether the verdict will be decided, though presumably it could happen next week. This is as of the LA Times.
Well, I think there is a couple of things also, and this kind of leads into the next topic. Was Amber, or do you think that Amber, and this is for you too, Sam, was basically cheating on Johnny with James Franco, and not necessarily Elon Musk, because that was after the relationship, but I think she was probably cheating on him with the.
Well, it's pretty much proved that she was with James Franco. There were multiple videos of her at their I guess a pool or something. I'm not 100% sure where specifically they are. But she's there with James Franco. Like, there's just no, you can't put a carrot in front of me and say it's an apple. I mean, there's no two ways about it. It's pretty obvious that yes. I also think maybe there was maybe there's something going on with her and Elon Musk prior to them actually meeting. It's anything's possible. And you know, we joke about Elon Musk and everything like that, and I don't know a lot about Elon Musk's personal life.
Besides him being a crazy loon.
Has he legitimately has like a mental disorder. He's on the spectrum.
Yes, he is.
But as far as when I say personal life, I mean like relationships and things like that.
Zuckerberg is too.
Zuckerberg's just an alien.
Yeah. I am pretty sure that Zuckerberg's on the spectrum as well. Like, yes, just because of how he acts. Like, that cold detachment is a pretty much a clear sign of one of two things: either severe sociopathy,
or a sociopath.
Yeah, or either he's a severe sociopath, or he has some kind of neurological disorder.
I would not.
You're telling me he's not a robot?
Or an alien from another planet. But no, I would say that that's 100%, 100% possible. Yeah, I would not be surprised if Zuckerberg ended up being on the spectrum. People who are on the spectrum, it's pretty common that, you know, they're extremely intelligent individuals. Because their brain, whenever you're on the spectrum, your brain works differently.
Hey.
Yeah, I set up a webcam, put it on a tripod, and aimed it. But whenever you have a I think the proper term is neurodivergent. And whenever you're neurodivergent, I think that's I truly believe that's what makes neurodivergent people so intelligent. Their brain does not work like ours. They don't understand social norms. So they don't feel bogged down by the same level of, you know, is this okay? Is this okay? Is that okay? Kind of deal that we do. So they're able to, you know, go further. Now, of course, there is the spectrum is a spectrum. So there are varying levels. They both have high functioning. Elon Musk confirmed has high functioning autism. And regardless of where if Mark Zuckerberg has it. If he does, it's high functioning, of course.
Mhm. I would also point to, at least for Zuckerberg, the inability to, or at least the issue that a lot of, especially certain kinds of neurodivergents, have trouble making social connections.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he was. If you ever watched The Social Network, it
Mhm.
was David. Did David Lynch make that? I think so. But it gives a like real insight into he wasn't the best friend at all times. He would say shit that, you know, most of us would be like, dude, what's wrong with you? Kind of deal. Like you don't say that to somebody you care about.
Mhm.
He was a bad boyfriend. He had multiple relationships that failed. So yeah, I would say that yeah, there's
For
definitely
somebody that made a social network,
he's a bad
he was
social
somebody
network.
that was really bad socially.
Yeah.
And that might have been actually why he did it in the first place, because he wanted to improve his social ability.
Yeah, but I mean, if you have something like that, you can't. It's not it. You can do methods to improve it. Obviously, I know. Uh, um, uh, Autistic people like having routines. It's something. I don't know the exact science behind it, but
Mhm.
it's something that helps their brain function optimally without them freaking out. Um, and for those that don't know, whenever you're on the autism is a neurological condition, but it extends into almost a sociological condition as well. At least whenever it's high functioning. Whenever it's low functioning, it's straight up just neurological. Because you can't do a whole lot. But high functioning autism, it's I would say partially neurological because there is something going on with the brain, of course. But it's also partially sociological because of the neurological aspect, it causes societal issues. Like you don't understand things like how to act in public. You don't understand like some of the stuff that you say may not. It could hurt somebody the way you say it. There'll be people who are neurodivergent tend to come across as very poignant and direct, and oftentimes a little bit too blunt. Which you could say about many. I guarantee you, people are like, "Oh, well, I know somebody." It's like there's no sugarcoating on it. Zero. Like it's 100% to the point. Everybody, even people that you would label as direct and blunt, they added level of sugarcoating. I've been labeled as being very blunt and somewhat scathing whenever I'm critical, but I'm not. I'm softening it because I don't want to hurt somebody. Because I know that if I'm too scathing, leafy, I will hurt somebody. I could do some real damage to people.
Yeah. One of the things, I think there's the main difference is, in neurodivergence, either it's something that they can't learn, basically, because the bluntness is forced in how they think.
Yeah.
Now it's like me. I used to be blunt. I used to be very straightforward. I used to be very Captain Obvious, and I still do that quite a bit. But as far as I know, I'm not neurodivergent. At least beyond ADD, ADHD, going, oh, shiny. That happens sometimes. But
You're not on the spectrum.
yeah, as far as I know, but social is a learned skill. It's not something that comes naturally. You have to learn how to do it, and you have to learn how to interact with people. And when you're a kid that's lonely and you don't get to interact with people very much, you don't learn the social.
That's why I said it's like it's part of a sociological disorder.
Yeah.
Me myself, I to my knowledge, I'm not on the spectrum. I think I am a little. I think I have a few screws loose up there.
I think we all do.
But I'm not. I don't think I'm on the spectrum. I do understand. Like I think that's the major part. Is you can understand and just not give a shit about societal, like what's accepted socially. It makes you an asshole, but you know, you understanding and just not giving a shit is one thing. People who are on the spectrum, they don't understand. Like they can't. Like you said, it can't be. It's something that can't be learned by them. They can't process it in their minds because their brains just don't work that way. And if you have a social disorder, it's sort of the same way, except it's social disorders lean more on emotion. Social, we joke about, everybody jokes about social awkwardness, but legitimately, the social awkwardness is a social disorder. I think I used to have social awkwardness. It's called being there's a technical term for it.
Wallflower?
No. And of course because even whenever for the audience, even whenever I first met these guys, I was a lot different. And I think y'all can attest to that. I was far less scathing with my criticism. I was much.
Okay, I'm 3 years old. I mean,
I was much less opinionated than I am now. I think part of that is also I've gotten older and I've experienced more of the world. Whenever I met these guys, I was 19. Yeah, you know, that was that 7 years ago? Jesus Christ almighty. Holy crap.
Yeah, it's one of the things is Sam is a decade younger.
Yeah, I'm a decade younger than them. Give it about 3 more years, I will actually be the same age that they were whenever they met me. But yes, but you guys probably have noticed that I've become a vastly more opinionated, and somewhat scathing in my opinions. I can get a little brutal sometimes. I think the best example is I literally last episode went on to the tangent about the suicide of Rachel Foster, talking about why it's a disgusting piece of shit game for I think 30 minutes of that entire episode. So it's stuff like that. Back in the day, I would not be that guy. I would be like, "Oh yeah, you know, it's not the good game."
Yeah, the thing is, I think that's just something that comes with not so much age, but experience. And when you experience the level of bullshit that we have to deal with on a daily basis.
Yeah, man, fucking, especially, man, after 2020, I think my give a fuck meter just went to 0 and is just constantly breaking through into the negatives.
Yeah.
I just don't give a shit anymore. I'm so fucking tired of people's shit at this point.
Well, you entered it earlier than I did. I got that when I hit 30.
Well, you got
The day I turned 30.
you
it's like,
also didn't
fuck it.
have a pandemic go on and the little downfall of mankind with people just opting to show their stupidity freely, consistently.
Mhm. I mean, they've been showing their stupidity freely for the last couple of decades, but it's
Been
become more of a issue.
so imagine showing your your stupidity freely. Take 2020. 2020 is a megaphone.
Mhm.
And they literally went they literally took this megaphone, went up to the loudest speaker, or I'm sorry, the loudest like microphone thing, like what presenters use for sports games, so that their commentary comes through the speakers, and started screaming into it their stupidity. That is what 2020 brought us.
Which is kind of funny because of the whole I mean the pandemic. Yeah, that was kind of, the pandemic itself was unavoidable because pandemic worldwide. Endemic would
so
be
much
a
you
single
can do to
country.
avoid
Pandemic
diseases.
is worldwide. So pandemic is unavoidable. It could have been mitigated a bit by less stupid people, but
Well, I'm just talking about
you know,
it. The pandemic was only a catalyst
yeah.
for what came. It made everybody's worst traits amplify to 11.
Mm-hmm.
Even say, and I'll be completely honest. During 2020, I was probably like awful to be around. I was mad constant. Like I was always in a bad mood during 2020. Like no joke. I was constantly in a bad mood because I was so fucking stressed.
Well, that was partially because of your bullshit job at the time, but
I mean, I didn't have a bullshit job at the time.
well, the job wasn't bullshit. It was the stuff that I was like, what was it? This was after you had to move basically the entire office by yourself.
Yeah.
And organize it and tell everybody what to do, and they were doing it wrong, so you had to do it yourself. And yeah, you told me all about that stuff.
Yeah.
And then the pandemic happened, so you're at home and you have to work from home, and it's like you can't do your job effectively from home, and blah. Or if you can, the company's not
before I had the job that I have now, mind you.
Yeah, the other job. Oh, yeah. This was the harder. Well, I wouldn't say necessarily harder job. Differently hard job.
Different. That's what she said.
It's differently hard.
It was.
I would say that job's more stressful, though. That job was probably more stressful. Can you hear me?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
But yeah, I wouldn't say more stressful. I would say it was a different kind of stress.
Mm-hmm.
It was the kind of stress that you don't want. You almost can't deal with. Like the stress that I deal with right now, I can deal with. It's easy to deal with, right? Well, it's not easy to deal with. Obviously, some people can't deal with stress. Period. But it's the kind of stress that you as long as you're able to I really can't say that word apparently.
Compartmentalize.
Compartmentalize. Set a goal for yourself. Put into what can I achieve. It's one of those things that you can deal with it by doing that. The other kind of stress was just constant. It was almost like just a barrage of shit just being thrown my way, basically. But yeah, I think absolutely the pandemic elevated the amount of like negatives in everybody to tenfold.
I don't remember. There was this was pre-pandemic, and this is okay if you don't want to talk about it. There was a section where you just dropped off the face of the earth for a while.
Yeah. I left. I didn't leave the internet. Of course, I was still. Yeah, I still watched videos. I still did that. I left my internet footprint. Entire year I left. And that was because that was actually more in relation to the adpocalypse. So for those that don't know, I started YouTube. I've actually been on YouTube for a very long time. But I actually started making videos back in 2015. And late 2016, we started seeing the rise of commentary and drama channels. It was a hellish time to be on YouTube. Like there was also the rise of the social justice warriors, people who screamed about anything. Outrage. It was the beginning of outrage culture, is what it was. Like if you said something like, I don't know, fucking. If I would have said that's what she said joke back then, it would have been like, "Are you sexually aroused?" That kind of shit. It was like that kind of level of stupid. So it was not a fun time to be a YouTuber being on the internet. Sai, I know you kind of were right there too. Flame, I don't think you were too worried about it. But me and Sai were I would say I'm definitely the edgiest of all of our channels. Because I have I've made skits and stuff that deal with dark themes. The Crooked Man, the short film that I had made, literally dealt with depression and suicide. Like legitimately, spoiler alert for anybody who hasn't seen it, main character shoots himself at the very end of the movie. Which that was only something that could have been done in like 2016 and earlier YouTube. You try to do something like that now, your video would actually get taken down. I would absolutely think that is actually what would happen. I'm surprised the video is still up. It literally shows the death on screen. Now, of course, I don't go grotesquely into like, he's like I always hate movies that whenever they're talking about themes of suicide, they really focus on the blood and the violence of the situation and everything. It just feels dirty to me. It's something that you can absolutely show on screen, but it's like, do it in the right way. Focus on the person rather than what their action is.
Yeah, your Crooked Man is more of a psychological horror type than the blood gore guts horror. The blood gore guts horror is more like Saw or something like that.
I wouldn't even say the first. I would say it's like Saw post for the first Saw. because the first Saw has a lot of it's
A lot more psychological, yeah.
it also it feels a lot like Seven to me. Like there's obviously like there's a lot of blood and a lot of gore and stuff, but it's very psychological. Like they use the blood and gore in a very psychological and like disturbing, like get in your head kind of way, as opposed to ooh, look at the gore, how much there is, kind of thing. But yeah, no, I absolutely agree. There was blood actually in the film, but I think it's only during like 3 scenes, and it's not super graphic either. That movie was made with a $150 budget, everybody, so it's really, really low end. But yeah, it definitely was more of a psychological. I think Jimin at the time described it as a psychological horror drama.
Are you still getting views on that one?
Yeah, I still get about 10 views a month on it. But yeah, no. During that time, it was a hard time to be, an internet presence. And then the shit with PewDiePie went down, and PewDiePie talked about it later. Now, for the record, I'm not the biggest fan of PewDiePie. I don't find a lot of enjoyment out of his content. I think that it's not necessarily amateurish, but kind of immature in nature.
Well, his stuff is meant for kids.
Yeah,
for the young 13.
It's just not my. It's just not my my. It's not for my age, my maturity level, that kind of thing. Not necessarily that he's a bad creator or anything. He's very influential, and obviously, without him, a lot of creators wouldn't exist today. YouTube would be a different place without him. But
though. What was you about to say about PewDiePie though? Thinking about are you saying when T-Series overtook
no, that
him?
was later.
Okay.
That's another thing on its own that I can get into after this. But I was talking about there was this talk at the time of new media and old media. And I think old media was honestly scared at the time. And PewDiePie had been streaming. Well, first he had gone on to it was either Fiverr or Gig or like 9gig or something like that. And he wanted to see like the most ridiculous shit that somebody would write on a sign.
That was Fiverr.
And it was blown out of proportion. Some people were going like he's anti-Semitic, blah blah blah, that kind of crap. What the sign said is that Hitler did nothing wrong. I
thought it was kill all Jews or something.
No, I think one of them did write that, but it was like I think PewDiePie wanted them to write. If I'm not mistaken, Hitler did nothing wrong, but it was meant to be like an outrageous, stupid joke. It's obvious how much of a stupid joke. Bad taste, sure. Perhaps too far, absolutely. I would say that was a little pushing it a little bit too far.
This was right at the start of cancel culture, wasn't it?
It was right before cancel culture kind of started. I think this was kind of a catalyst for cancel culture blowing up so much. What he apologized for that. He said, I didn't actually expect them to put that down. Okay, fast forward a few months. He's streaming, I think it was Apex Legends. And he gets killed and he says the N-word. In just a fit of gamer rage. Which again, he said that he was just trying to think of the worst thing that you could call him, and I mean, I don't think I would ever say that in a fit of gamer rage, but I'm not him. I can't tell you what was going through his head at the time. And obviously forgive and forget. Not something that the Wall Street Journal did. Wall Street Journal, I firmly believe to this day, because PewDiePie did a video on this, that there was more to that Wall Street Journal thing. There was a lot more to that Wall Street Journal thing, because not only did they write that article, which, tabloid news, whatever, fucking sure, write a fucking article, get your clicks in, whatever. But they contacted YouTube themselves. They contacted the production company that was doing Scare PewDiePie. And they contacted his multi-channel network. For those that don't know, back in the day, multi-channel networks basically helped you get ads on your YouTube videos. They've since been decried, and a lot of people don't use them anymore, including myself.
Oh, the top 10 still have their own.
Well, they run their own now, pretty much.
Pewds, Jack, Mark,
they
others.
They run their own multi-channel
network,
but these are like corporate conglomerates things.
Oh yeah, that was also the time where Disney fired him.
That was his multi-channel network. It was Polaris. They contacted Polaris, got him fired from Scare PewDiePie, tried to have his channel shut down, and had the video striked.
He actually did get shut down for 3 months.
No, his channel was still up and active. But they did strike the video as a community guideline strike. And to me, because he had posted an apology before they had ever written their stupid tabloid article. He literally posted it like 12 hours later. To me, that doesn't sound like, them being a trashy tabloid journalist, or it also doesn't sound like to me them trying to make sure that it's being seen. Obviously, something like that, you need to make the person who has taken such offense and hold them responsible for it. To me,
Sam, look in the
to me, that level of like just attacking an individual is okay, yeah, death to all Jews. But it's a, like I said, it's a joke, bad taste, yes. Pushing it too far, yes, but a joke. But to me, going after somebody that viciously, and then not only that, the Wall Street Journal also started contacting YouTube themselves, and bringing a lot more has come out on this. Started contacting certain YouTube channels. H3H3 Productions was one of them. There were, I think, Syndicate was one of them. Syndicate, of all people. To ask them, like, who are channels that, you think shouldn't deserve to have a platform. So during all this, the Wall Street Journal is tagging YouTube, basically saying, hey, you got people on your site that are racist and spreading hate speech and all that kind of stuff. And I'm sorry if anybody still likes Ethan and Hila over at H3H3 Production, but based on everything that has happened from now since then, I used to be a fan of them myself. I'm not anymore. They seem like scumbags to me now because they specifically said people like, and whether or not you like any of these people, censorship is not okay in my opinion.
Mm.
But people like Keemstar, over at Drama Alert, Pyrocynical, apparently they even attack Scarce, which I don't even think he does anything anymore. Of course, Leafy, because H3 or Ethan and Leafy had beef. And No Fuckers. Basically saying that they were, attacking kids, blah, 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 doing this kind of stuff. Which, by the way, only Leafy was doing that. And, by the way, for everybody out there, Ethan was guilty of the same thing. He had made fun of kids in his own videos. I'm sorry, that just seems really scummy to me.
The only thing that I can say that the only positive thing that I know of that H3H3 has done is they actually went through with a lawsuit on copyright and I think won.
They did.
Basically for fair use. So basically they set a precedent for fair use.
Yeah.
On YouTube.
Yeah, and that can't be taken away from them, but
that's the only positive thing that I know of that they've done. I was like, aside from that, I was never really a fan. It's like, and most of the stuff, I was like, Ethan is an insufferable twat. And his wife or whatever, I really couldn't care less.
Oh, dear
yeah,
God. I looked up Leafy real quick. On August 21st, 2020, Calvin, Leafy is Here, Vale, was permanently terminated from YouTube for violations of YouTube's policy on harassment and bullying.
Let me.
It took long enough.
On August 23rd, 2 days later, Calvin's second channel was terminated as well.
Now,
Calvin subsequently moved to Twitch until his termination on September 12th for the same reason.
I'm gonna preface this by saying, because I was talking about what ended up leading up to me leaving the internet, my footprint on the internet. Leafy is a shit person. Like Calvin, whatever the fuck his last name is, asshole. I firmly believe that the dude is a sociopath. And the fact that Ian over at iDubbbz fucking wrecked him with his Content Cop video made me happy whenever it happened, because I never liked Leafy. However,
and he tried to play it off as satire. It's like, no, it's bullying.
Yeah, it's straight bullying. However, I'm also against censorship. Do I think bullying should be allowed? No. But there is a 3-strike policy on YouTube. And what happened is YouTube didn't even give him the strikes. They just straight up deleted his channel.
All 3 of them, because he came back with one called Weefy.
Yeah.
Terminated too.
Now, again, I don't like Leafy, but I don't like that. That is not cool. I'm sorry. You can say...
Well, it's unfortunately, the way that the contract is designed, and even the content rules that we have agreed to on YouTube, they are on a case-by-case basis. And
Oops.
Items of increased severity can count as multiple strikes. I'm, at least to my understanding of how that works, and it works with any job. If you if you murder somebody at your work, they can fire you. But if you slap the chicken in front of somebody, you may not get fired. I don't know.
Well,
The one thing I don't care too much about with the guidelines is the favoritism.
yeah.
Logan Paul and PewDiePie both got favored because of their publicity. They're the well-known people,
Leafy
so
was huge. He
Logan
was a
Paul,
huge
slap on the
YouTuber.
hand.
Oh,
And even MatPat got hit once. But with his fan base,
Let me-
they're like,
let
We'll
me
let you
say
off for
this:
now.
PewDiePie definitely did not get favored. He got kicked out of the AdSense program for like 2 whole months, dude.
Mm.
ooh, for someone who makes millions a year, that didn't affect
Yeah,
him.
it didn't affect him, but
That's like your dad taking away your allowance.
I
for a couple of
firmly
weeks. It's not
firmly
gonna
believe
matter.
that now that YouTube does not give a shit about PewDiePie.
Nope, he's no longer number one. So
No,
they don't care anymore.
I firmly believe they never have. And that's concerning. Because he did make an effect on this website. Whether you like him or not, he did make an effect on this website.
Yeah, the 2016 was very much basically all of the news networks started flooding in for views.
Yeah.
All the news networks are coming in trying to get a hand in this newfangled YouTube thing.
Yeah.
Because
They were
it
trying
was
to
extremely popular. They were trying to get more views and direct people to the websites and do their news clips on there. But they were competing with people who already had a footing. So they were trying to say, hey, this person's doing this, and this, and basically putting out, what's the word?
smear campaigns.
Smear campaigns on everybody. Or not necessarily on everybody, but on like the big heavy hitters.
But I will tell you, there absolutely was favoritism when it came to Logan Paul.
Mm.
The guy showed a actual dead body recently
Actually,
dead.
It came out that it was planted. It was a fake body. The whole thing was staged.
Are you sure?
Yeah, that was the latest reports, that the whole thing was staged.
Well, at the time, nobody knew that. Not even YouTube knew that, by the way. Let me just be clear. No, not even YouTube knew this. Everybody was under the impression that this was like a real fucking body that he showed. Which, again, if it was planted, I'm sorry. I know I said, with PewDiePie's thing, it was a joke and it was a bad taste. That is in really bad taste.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Well, heck, even him just going to the supposed suicide forest or whatever it is.
It's hugely disrespectful.
So just going there and filming is a hugely disrespectful act. And
people forget that not only did that happen, he pretty much insulted most of Japan.
Oh yeah, he was like,
he and his entire
he
group.
was like breaking customs there. He was like just being a dick. Same thing with his fucking brother Jake Paul. I don't even understand how Jake Paul got away with this, but his overtly sexual thumbnails and overtly sexual tones in his video. Dude, if one of us would have done that as smaller creators, we would have been fucking raked over the coals by YouTube.
So he did get tagged for not Japan, not the Suicide Force, but for tasering a dead rat.
Oh yeah, I remember when he did that.
PETA did not like that and took him down.
Yeah, I remember that happening.
Don't piss off PETA.
I remember that happening. But anyway, let's go back to what I was saying, that where I ended up leaving the internet for an entire year. So
because of the scum.
So this all happens, and I firmly stand with PewDiePie that this was a big push to try and have old media try to push out the new kids, trying to get the kids to go away. We were the new kids. We had the new platform. They wanted it, so they wanted us to go away. So they, of course, pushed. They ran this entire thing, and after that, we had the adpocalypse, where this little fucking yellow dollar symbol would appear on your videos if you did anything, basically. And it pretty much, and not only that, if you were considered a more mature content creator, like I was, and still am, sort of.
Well, if you create content for a more mature audience, yeah.
Your channel got blacklisted, meaning that, say for instance, you post a video on a popular topic, trend, game at the moment. Your video is going to get pushed all the way to the fucking last, or like at least 5 pages deep in the YouTube search algorithm, regardless of what your SEO is and anything like that. That's what blacklisting actually is, on YouTube. So there's that. My revenue dropped, which I didn't care too much about. I think I was already working somewhere else at the time. But my revenue did drop off dramatically. Then, right after that, there was the huge subscriber purge that happened.
Oh, it happened multiple
times. Yeah, well, this one was the big one.
I was affected by that one. I was
severely affected because I had started to see growth. These happened like within a couple weeks of each other. So I had started to see growth. Well, because of the fact that, my channel, I think at that point was about 2 years old. I, of course, had dead accounts. That's going to happen.
Yeah.
What YouTube actually did, though, is they purged even live accounts. And I have confirmation of this because Katie had her account but deleted completely, gone. Mm-hmm. She used it daily. I had 3 other viewers come to me saying, "Hey, my account is literally deleted."
Mm-hmm. Well, a lot of people are like, make sure if you're seeing this, make sure you're still subscribed, make sure you're still liked the videos. Everybody kept putting that in the beginning of their videos because of that.
Oh yeah, the bot, the algorithm or whatever bot that they were using at the time,
so
they were
bad.
trying to use it to detect bots, and apparently they had their machine learning didn't learn for a couple of years, so
still hasn't learned.
No.
Yeah, because even
who was it? In DJ Winch's channel, Christina.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
She
was
banned, or
no,
banned.
Not so much banned, but she was getting unsubbed from channels all the time.
Yeah. Same thing with me. I think I got unsubbed to Usai a few times. So did Kate after she made her new account. The method that ended up coming about that you could keep your account instated so that the YouTube's bot didn't try to delete your channel. The method was you would upload an unlisted or privated video onto your account that was at least 3 seconds long. And it would basically show you as an active user for whatever reason. I think that comments and likes are a good way to measure that, but what the fuck do I know? But yeah, that's what so anytime anybody came to me, I would tell them, make a new account, make it, like, grab a PNG, throw it into Windows Movie Maker for 5 seconds, render it at like 240p and upload it to YouTube as a private or unlisted video, and you're golden. I even made one for Katie I literally called it the fuck YouTube video. It was a white screen with black text and like that cursive writing that she used to use. And it said fuck YouTube. And I told her, I was like, upload it to your channel. She did. But yeah, there was that. So after all of that happened, I was I guess the best way I would describe it, I was tired. I was so drained by that point. The rise of drama had drained me. The YouTube TOS had drained me. The Adpocalypse had drained every single last drop of inspiration that I had. And I just didn't care to keep going with it. So I just literally dropped everything. I didn't even make I'm taking a break. I just dropped everything. And I stopped posting to my Twitter. I actually stopped logging into Steam. Because, believe it or not, at one point, my YouTube channel had ruined my love for gaming. So I didn't want to play games anymore. So for an entire year, I did play games, but I didn't play them a lot. And anytime Sai would notice that I had recent activity on my account, you'd message me, but it'd be like another month before I would have more recent activity, or another 2 months, or something like that.
Yeah, it would have been like an oops. It went into active for a second.
Well, no, it was that my you would notice on my account that I had been playing a game, and it would switch me back to online, and I was literally getting done playing the game, and I would log off, and then for another 2 months I wouldn't get back on. That was the thing. That was the entire thing. I literally had zero activity on my account. So anytime that would happen, you'd message me, but then by the time that I would see the message, it would be 2 fucking months later, and I'd just be like, I'm not gonna even bother to respond. It's not worth it. He's gonna be like, what?
No, I was the same way. I saw you pop on Steam. Hey, what are you doing? You okay? Just
yeah,
nothing.
because literally right whenever it would turn me to active is whenever I logged off. Because we all, I mean, I stay invisible on Steam simply because I have like little bot accounts that follow me. And I don't want them trying to track my game progress. But yeah, that's pretty much what. And fast forward to 1 year, I finally decided to come back. I think like 3 weeks prior to that, I had finally logged into Steam. I talked to both of you guys. I'd started playing video games again. I talked to Winza, and I finally had come back to the internet. Basically, I started posting on my Twitter more. And during that time, I got in a really, I would say, nightmarish Twitter feud with people because still during this time, there was this entire thing of putting your preferred pronouns in your bio. I mean, I didn't do it. I still didn't do it. For me personally, I think that the only time that I need to know your preferred pronouns is if you were not a he or he or she. That'd be the only time, because otherwise, it's so I just maybe that's just me, just being a guy. I always like to say whenever I think of something really simple like that as just being a guy. Like, it's like, because, you know, if you want me to call you something other than he, she, or I think it's actually he, him, she, her.
He, him, she, they.
But I think that the only time that you'd need to tell me is if you specifically wanted me to do that. So I just didn't put, and people in the community were like, well, you should do it just to show that you're supportive of it. And I'm like, I mean, do I have to show my support that way? Can't I just be supportive? Like, is that too hard to ask? just to, you know, personally be supportive of it. Again, outrage culture, that's a thing. Stupid shit.
Of course, then we had the last couple of years where we had Damascus people licking windows just for the hell of it because they're crazy.
Oh God, don't get me started on the COVID challenge. The first big outbreak of COVID was people licking toilets and licking handles and doorknobs.
And
which I was gonna say, a Star Trek fan made a joke. I actually made the greatest meme about it. Had a picture of Wesley Crusher and Captain Picard in a turbo lift, and Wesley's like, "Captain, why are there no handles on any doors?" and Picard's like, "Wesley, let me tell you about the year 2020."
Yeah. During 2016, 2017, there was the outrage culture of like the other side. And now we're seeing the outrage culture of, what would be the best word for it, Sai? People on the right.
It's actually more of the cult of Trump.
That
it's not necessarily right winger, because not all right wingers are that way. It's very specifically the cult of Trump.
The cult of Trump and
the good boys or the good.
No, it's not necessarily the good boys.
Something like
either.
that.
That's a small racist malicious group.
What we're seeing now is the outrage culture of the exact opposite side. Basically people that are going against everything that a few years ago, people of the outrage culture on the other opposite side were, you know, specifically protecting. Basically, it's the case of two extremes, and it's weird to see the ebbs and flows. And we've seen the Karens come out. I use that term because of the fact that Karens are really just entitled white women.
Well, it's just funny because what was it? I saw. I don't know if it was on Twitter or something. There was somebody saying it was a black lady who said you shouldn't use the term Karen because it was a derogatory towards black women servants. Blah blah blah. Like excuse me. It's the whole meme is about white middle class women who are entitled.
Don't forget middle aged.
Yeah.
Oh God, it keeps every time you describe a Karen, reminds me of that horrible horror movie called Karen, where a black couple moves into a suburban area, and they meet the neighbor. Her name's Karen,
and she's a Karen.
And the wife goes, "So you're telling me we have a middle-aged white woman living next door named Karen, who is a Karen?"
That movie was dumb.
That was horrible.
But yeah, we've started seeing the outrage culture. And I think what's kept me going more than anything, obviously I have taken long breaks from YouTube, but not completely removing myself from the internet again. Simply because of the fact, being a creator is draining.
Very much so.
And constantly having to come up with new ideas, new videos, that kind of it's a constant grind. And not only that, your interests change over time. Especially for me, I'm I consider myself a rather creative person. I love making things. Hence why I got into writing. I've done skits. I have my own web series. I made a short film. I love creating. And, as time has gone on, my interests have changed. And it can get draining having to do the same thing constantly, basically. So, yeah, that's basically what you asked of me, Sai. That's the entire spiel. Took only an hour to describe it all.
Yeah, it's just one of those things. It's like, I know that happened, and it's like I didn't know what like the whole issue was. I know that part of it was that there were like stress going on in different places, and you wanted a break. Basically.
I needed something to give. Basically, I was super demotivated, super stressed. I was definitely dealing with like a heavy layer of depression at the time. I looking back on it, I can see that. At the time, of course, I was just like, no, I'm not depressed. But looking back, yeah, I was definitely dealing with a heavy layer of depression. Sort of, I just needed something in my life to give, and breaking contact on the internet, just stepping away, was that thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Just honestly, I just know this. Like now, I mean, even before that happened, we really didn't talk on like a daily basis. We talked like once a week or once a month or whatever.
Yeah.
I think we've definitely gotten closer, as just a friend group.
Mm-hmm.
Since then, it's like especially you, me, and Flame. Like I know you and we talk almost daily.
Yeah.
Almost every single day we'll talk about some weird shit coming up or something like that.
Hence why we started the podcast. I was just like, we always talk about shit. Why don't we just talk about it while recording it?
Yeah. We don't necessarily talk everything about voice. It's like the whole whatever channel we were in at the time. Then we'd always give Flame a hard time about his barely functioning computer.
Yeah. It's slowly dying. Leave me alone.
Leave me alone.
Switch game. I'm stuck to playing Switch games and games from 20 years ago. That's how bad it's getting. And the thing is, I can play new games. That's not a problem. I can't record them.
Oh,
your CPU was not powerful enough to do both. That's the problem.
Not for anything 2010 or after.
Yeah.
No, his CPU was perfectly fine 5 years ago.
What I need to do, and this will fix it. Okay, I actually found my computer guide. I explained what was going, and he told me there's one thing you can do. Wipe the drives, start again. And he said there's a good chance that'll fixes your issues. Because I have probably too much corruption, too much bugs, whatever. Just wipe it clean and try again.
No, you're definitely having hardware issues, dude. Like, I don't know who your computer guy is, but I'm gonna be real direct here. Like I said, I'm considered a direct person. He sounds like an idiot.
He has been working on computers longer than all three of us.
That's great.
combined.
That does not translate to
So
intelligence.
he has that knowledge.
Experience does not translate to intelligence.
Well, also, he's giving experience on something that would have been the solution a decade ago.
I'd say more than a decade, probably 15 years ago.
Yeah. But basically, before Windows 7 would have been. Maybe before Vista, but most likely before.
Oh no,
before Windows
definitely during Vista. Vista was a nightmare, dude.
7. But I was thinking, but it had to have been before Windows 7 because
Yeah.
7 is when Windows and Microsoft started putting a lot of redundancies in
Yeah,
to make sure everything was working.
a lot of data redundancy. A lot of that's whenever they started using the drive defragmenting software. That was their first implementation of it.
Where they started actually doing it automatically instead of having you do it manually.
Yeah.
Which is like, I remember actually in like Windows 98 having to sit there. I gotta it's that time of the month. Go click defrag,
Yep.
and then go sleep for the night, and come back and it'll be halfway done.
I still get like 2 of my drives says it needs to be done, but when I click it, it's like, nope, nothing happened. Needs to be done. There's a
You
corruption
probably
or
have bad
something.
data sectors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But wiping your drives and starting over from the beginning is not going to fix your issue with your recording. I will tell you that right off the bat. Because what you're experiencing, while it's either one, a software overload issue, which I highly doubt, or two,
Most of my drives except my external are full.
Mhm.
that still wouldn't cause a
maybe
thing.
if I clean some of that up, enough space will be like, oh, okay, we can relax. Let's try this again.
It still wouldn't change the thing with the recording. It would make your experience using your computer much faster, much less sluggish. You'd probably experience like if you ever have crashes in games, they would crash less often because software affects software. But the recording thing, that's I have a strong feeling that's something with your motherboard, man.
Yeah.
Well, it is pretty old.
Yeah. It's,
But anyway, while we're on the topic of this, since y'all decided to joke about it, my impressions video, how'd you like it?
Haven't watched.
The only accurate one was Chewbacca.
I didn't do Chewbacca.
Yes, you did.
When?
Yes, you did. You did Chewbacca.
When?
I swear you did.
I
I
didn't.
swear you did. Let me check. I think it was you that did Chewbacca. There was somebody else who also did a Star Wars impressions video, and that may have been him. I thought you did Chewbacca.
Me personally, I think my Grievous and Dooku were the really standout. My Yoda was pretty good too, I guess.
Skywalker, Dooku, Vader, Kenobi, Skywalker. You just Skywalker. Oh, Anakin, and then
Hello there,
Luke. Yeah, Mace Windu. Mace Windu was bad.
Yeah, I had I made my voice too deep for him. For whatever reason, I thought that Samuel L. Jackson gave that line deep in a deeper voice than he actually did.
Mm. Yeah, it's like Padme How Liberty Dies.
I know that one was bad.
Well, I mean, if you're trying to do a female voice and you're not used to doing female voices, yeah. I mean, you can do the quotes. The quotes are fine. It's the voices. It's like, it just depends on how close your voice is to it, and if you can do the accent.
Yeah.
Obi-Wan. I'd have to look again and see if you did old Obi-Wan or new or the
I
young
did both.
Obi-Wan.
I was pretty bad at both, honestly.
Hello there.
I did do a good hello there. I did do little hello there. But Dragoon actually posted. I like some of his comment. I don't agree with all of it. I will say my general, simply because Grievous' voice is not too hard to do. It's that line is probably one of the easiest things. It's army or not, by now you must realize you are doomed. It's literally like this growl that's coming out.
Yoda, yeah, Yoda's a little bit campy. It's a little harder to do. It's really hard to compete with Jim Henson.
Yeah, but his voice is not. His voice is so distinct that, and I've actually been doing his voice for a lot longer than most of the others, so I have a good grasp on how to do it.
Count Dooku, yeah, he was.
I think I think I did okay. I don't think I was a 9 out of 10. Dragoon said I was. I don't think I was a 9 out of 10 on Dooku's. I think I was closer to about 6 on Dooku's.
Darth Sidious, Sheev Palpatine. I don't know how you nailed Sidious, but you did badly on Sheev.
So Palpatine's voice, and I think that's the one thing that he did split it up. So Palpatine is much less reliant on that, that like aggressive tonality that Ian McDiarmid gives him. That like, so be it, Jedi kind of deal. Because Palpatine is more of, I think one of the easiest lines for him is, not from a Jedi. It has less of that, tone of the Emperor, because he's trying not to show. Ian McDiarmid is a fantastic actor. Let me just point that out. Fantastic actor. The fact that he can literally, he's the same guy and he's playing 2 characters pretty much is insane.
I find your lack of faith disturbing.
That one is I agreed that I was that lack of faith was pretty bad. I actually listened back to it, and he does James Earl Jones does say it in a much higher pitch than I did.
Mm-hmm.
I find your lack of faith.
No, he says it even higher than he's like, I find your lack of faith disturbing. Almost in this cocky way.
I find your lack of faith disturbing.
Like, nope. Okay.
Let's move on.
What? You don't want any more bad impressions? But I was going to Tossy Station pick up some power converters.
I never liked Luke. He was a whiny little shit.
Honestly, Luke in the first movie, in A New Hope, was not a very likable character.
He's not meant to be. He's a kid.
Even Empire Strikes Back, he was a whiny little
No, he wasn't.
But I must go to them. You do not need to go.
Literally didn't even. That's not even the line. 100% not even the line.
Anyway, I don't care. The point is, he was whining on Dagobah. He was whining on Hoth. It wasn't until Empire Strikes Back where he grew a backbone.
Didn't even whine on Hoth either.
Or Return of the Jedi.
He has literally like 2 lines on whenever he's in Hoth.
Still, what I'm trying to say is, it wasn't until Return of the Jedi where he grew a backbone.
Well, here's the thing. In the first movie, he does want. That's the entire. He's a kid in the. Like, Luke legitimately is like 19 in the first movie. He's a kid.
Yeah.
So
we say that, and then we go back to the episode 1, where little shithead.
Are you an angel?
He was
Now this is pod racing.
8. He was
Still,
like 8.
the kid was still a better fucking actor than Mark Hamill was in that first movie.
Oh no.
Honestly, you
no,
have to
he
give-
was not.
You have to give him a little bit of credit. It was probably his first and only movie, the kid, and he was trying his best with what he got. It
And the thing is, the kid hates that role.
Oh yeah.
He had to be homeschooled.
Yeah, because kids would make lightsaber
After
noises
that.
at him at school.
Yeah. That movie like killed his
I
childhood.
I don't agree with the fact that he got bullied religiously. I don't agree that he was better than Mark Hamill in that first in Star Wars, because Mark.
Both of them are better than Ray.
Hey, at least Ray
And
was not cast by not cast by Kristen Stewart.
That actually might have made it better because Kristen Stewart could somewhat.
No, it would
act.
have literally.
This
It would
girl
have literally
could
been
not.
like, I need someone to show me my place in all of this. That's literally Kristen Stewart's acting. Like this like real meek. Like it's just like, open your fucking mouth and talk.
But they are because of how bad the reception was. It may take a few years, but Disney is redoing 7, 8, 9.
Yeah, they're wanting to bring Lucas back for the next set of movies. Lucas's only stipulation was that the sequel trilogy basically be erased.
And they agreed. It's gonna take a
they
while
actually didn't. Kathleen wants to keep the sequel trilogy, and she's the boss. So,
but it's his intellectual
not.
property.
He knows, and Disney bought it from him.
Yeah.
They own
Disney.
the property right now.
I thought they just bought the name, not the property.
That's not how copyright works, Flame.
Yeah, they bought the IP from him for a pretty hefty sum. As far as I know, he still owns Skywalker Ranch, though.
He does. He does still own Skywalker Ranch. But no, definitely because Mark Hamill does have some really good lines in the original thing. Like, for instance, one that I think is constantly overlooked is whenever he's out looking for the droids, he's like he's talking to 3PO about what's going on with the Tusken Raiders, and you can hear a sense of urgency in his voice, like, we need to get now. Like there's a sense of urgency there, and pretty much since he's I would say, because half that movie is literally taking place on the Death Star, right? Like legitimately half the movie. After about the halfway point, the whininess levels go down. And Flame, you must be misremembering Empire Strikes Back, because, dude, I think Mark Hamill had the least lines out of for the 3 movies. Like the least amount of lines were in Empire Strikes Back, because for one thing, on Hoth, I think he has maybe 30 total lines, which is not a lot for a main character.
He also kissed his sister.
She kissed him. Don't even try to say that.
One of the biggest plot holes, and it's not even exactly a plot hole, but it's one of those things that makes you think a lot. The way that, of course, I'm spoiler alert for anybody who hasn't seen New Hope in 30 years, 40 years.
50.
Has it been 50?
It was like
it has
60s,
been
late 60s.
46 years.
It was late 60s.
No, it wasn't.
yeah.
It was 1976.
Yeah, but anybody who hasn't seen it in 40-something odd years, where Obi-Wan says that the only people who are this accurate are Imperial stormtroopers. And throughout the whole fucking movie, they don't make a fucking single hit.
Yeah, even fan theories started popping up, like, just to excuse that entire thing. Like, one thing that I loved about the Star Wars community prior to Disney buying it is any like plot hole that Lucas would write, fans would find a way to correct it. Like the whole thing with parsecs, fans found a way to correct that. The whole thing with the accuracy of the stormtroopers, there's actually three different theories. One of which Lucas officially indicted as canon until it was erased, which was that Luke unknowingly was using the Force the entire time to keep them safe. That was officially made canon. I just love that the Star Wars community would just always fix shit for Lucas. And these freaking and they, like so assuredly like grabbing Luke, and these blaster marks are too accurate for Tusken Raiders. Only stormtroopers could have done this. And then they don't get hit for the rest of the movie. not even like skimmed by a blaster. Oh man. Yeah, that was a good one. But if we're gonna talk about plot holes in Star Wars, the biggest one is, of course, Luke and Leia. For those that don't know the backstory about how Star Wars was made, Lucas actually had the first three movies, Phantom Menace, Attack of the Clones, and Revenge of the Sith, made all the way back in technically 1972 is whenever he actually came up with the concept. He actually had those before anything, but he didn't think the technology was good enough to make them. Fair enough, you know, it was the 70s.
Star Wars was almost a flop, so
Star Wars was not almost a flop.
As for was no, I believe it was the studio that or whoever was funding him thought it would be.
Oh yeah, no, he thought it would be.
Oh,
I'm trying to see
It
if
was
I can
basically
find
a
the
passion
original
project.
reviews.
Yeah, he actually had made it. So it was the same year that Close Encounters of the Third Kind was Steven Spielberg's movie. They were making it basically simultaneously. They were set to come out at the same year. And he had actually made a bet with Spielberg saying, because he was so sure that Star Wars would flop. He even wrote Splinter of a Mind's Eye, just in case, so that he could make a low budget sequel, because he was so sure Star Wars would flop. That whoever's movie did better, they would get a percentage of royalties for the rest of their life. To this day, Spielberg still collects royalties on Star Wars. I think it's something like 2% royalties, but he's still getting any merchandise sales, because it was written into the contract that was signed with Disney that he still got 2% of royalties. It's just insane. And I'm just like, that was like a checkmate. Spielberg saw something in Star Wars that the audience saw, but
the one thing that Disney does right is merchandising. I would say that's for sure. I mean, I would say that the number or the amount of merchandise has probably multiplied considerably like what's as far as what's available together, always Star Wars toys and always
Mhm.
Star Wars props and stuff like that. But official Star Wars stuff, as far as like toys and stuff, is now at a surplus.
I would
because
say
of
the what made that more prominent was Galaxy's Edge.
yeah, that too.
In Disneyland and Disney World Resort. Or
Mhm.
I actually have a lightsaber from there that I bought during COVID because I had a guy go get it from eBay and send it to me. He was
You can no longer get those custom lightsabers.
Yeah. I have one. um
Well, I mean it. They pulled it from Disneyland because people were fighting with them.
I still have one. But yeah, I would say that the Galaxy's Edge has definitely like increased how much merchandise there is available.
Mhm.
Plus, you got to think Disney was far more has a far bigger connection base than LucasArts did.
Mhm.
Not saying LucasArts was
okay.
small. LucasArts had ILM and the gaming division, which made some of the best games of the 90s. They were not a small company by any stretch of the imagination.
Worst decision that that Disney made with Star Wars is letting EA have a license for it.
Okay, so it took a bit, but I found 4 original reviews from Days Gone In. This one's from the New Yorker. There's no breather in this picture, no lyricism. The only attempted beauty is the double sunset. It's enjoyable in its own terms, but exhausting too. Like taking a pack of kids to a circus. It's an epic without a dream. But it's probably the absence of wonder that accounts for the film's special, huge success. The excitement of those who call it a film of the year way past nostalgia to the feeling that now is the time to return to childhood.
Well, I don't think that review is accurate. First of all, because I think the part that won most people over was the twin sunset. If you go and watch that scene, it is the best. It is the best bit of storytelling without dialogue that I have ever seen. And I'll have to give Mark Hamill props for that scene. Mark Hamill props for that scene. The way he looks longingly into the sunset as wanting something more from his life than just being a farmer. With the score and everything, fucking John Williams. Give this man a fucking round of applause. Nailing the score with that scene. It is like, I would describe it as, we talk about movie magic. That is actual movie magic. It conveys an emotion and it hits.
Another one says, strip Star Wars of its often striking images and high flatulent scientific jargon, and you get a story, characters, and dialogue of overwhelming banality without even a future cast to them. Human beings, anthropods, or robots you could probably find in all more or less like that in downtown Los Angeles today. Oh, dull new
Damn,
world.
somebody's real negative.
That's from the New York
They're
Magazine.
I was
real.
going to say, there's no flatulence except for in a Phantom Menace right in front of Jar Jar's face.
I said it wrong. It's high flat. FALUTIN. High flauten or whatever. Another one is, the only way that Star Wars could have been interesting was through its visual imagination and special effects. Both are unexceptional. I kept looking for an edge to peer around the corny, solemn comic book strophes. He was facing them front. God, this is full of typos. He was facing them frontally and full. This picture was made for those, particularly males, who carry a portable shrine with them of their adolescence, a chalice of self that was better than before the world's affairs or any complex way sex intruded.
Jesus Christ.
When was this? When was that review made, though?
This sounds like
These are just some of the originals.
this sounds like somebody who has like they need to go outside and touch grass or something.
No, that was like a one of those it's hard to say. Super pro-feminist, raging feminazi type people is what it sounded like with that review.
That's from The New Republic. I've never heard of that publication.
Never heard of them.
And the last one is Star Wars is somewhat grounded by a malfunctioning script and hopelessly infantile dialogue. Surrounded by these fascinating creatures, the actors barely hold their own. To be sure, Mark Hamill has a bland face innocence as Skywalker. Carrie Fisher is comically plucky as the distressed Princess Leia.
Plucky mean?
But Harrison Ford hams it up terribly as Han Solo, a cynical space pirate who has flown from one side of the galaxy to the other and seen a lot of stuff.
Space pirate.
Sounds like
that's from the New York
Daily
News.
Like they don't like Harrison Ford.
Yeah.
Because Harrison Ford's entire persona is a cynical individual.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not even kidding. Even as Indy, he's like super cynical. That's his entire. That's like his persona.
Well, it's like Nick Cage. He's never the character in the movie. He's always Nick Cage as.
Yeah.
Nick Cage plays whoever playing Nick Cage.
Yeah. I feel the same exact way about Harrison Ford. He is Harrison Ford playing as it's Harrison Ford playing as Harrison Ford playing as a character. Like he's.
You want to hear something
Samuel
from
L.
Empire Strikes
Jackson
Back?
is the same way, though. It is almost always Samuel L. Jackson playing this character.
Also, I still want to know what the fuck does plucky mean?
I don't know. What is plucky?
Energetic.
What does
quirky?
Because I would not
having or showing determined courage in the face of difficulties. Brave, courageous, bold, daring, fearless.
Okay, so that's
spirited,
valiant. So apparently, being overtly courageous. So that's you said that the one that before that side was like the push narrative of a like super feminazi kind of deal. That sounds like that sounds like a super narrative of the exact opposite side. Somebody who just hates females, like strong females. Because I would describe Leia as a very strong female.
To be plucky is to show courage. Plucky people are often underdogs fighting against the odds, like a plucky kid who scares away a burglar, or a plucky kitten who refuses to run away from a great day.
Yeah, I would say that I wouldn't say she's overly plucky because, I mean, Leia's actually kind of badass. Just saying.
I mean, in context with Rogue One.
Oh, Jyn is like. I'll agree that Jyn is a much like better character, but you got to think this is during the 70s.
Well, no, I meant in context of Rogue One, the ending of Rogue One into the entrance of I think it's the entrance of A New Hope.
Yeah, it literally you basically can walk right into the New Hope because the cruiser literally leaves as after it's captured, which is why the Star Destroyer is following it. which literally feeds right into A New Hope.
Yeah, but it would basically it's the whole of like you straight up know at the end of Rogue One, basically R2 goes in, gives the plans to Leia, and it basically it's obvious
other way around. Other way around.
Well, yeah,
Leia gives the plans to R2.
Or Leia gives the plans to R2, but yeah, it's she gets the plans from whatever.
Yeah, she gets
the plans from that. She just left basically a rebellion mission, and Vader intercepts her, goes on a ship. Is like, I know you're working for the rebellion. I have no idea what you're talking about. This is a diplomatic mission.
I'm on a diplomatic mission to Alderaan.
It's like, I know you're bullshitting. You know you're bullshitting. I know you're bullshitting.
Yeah, no, that it like obviously she is bullshitting. But she's.
Do you want to hear some of these awful ones for Empire Strikes Back?
No, I do know Empire.
These are brutal.
Empire actually did get raked over the coals whenever it first released.
Oh yeah,
It actually.
Some of these are just so. Like they're saying it's as bad as Exorcist 2.
It actually took 10 years before the same fucking publications, mind you. Some of the publications that raked over the coals literally came back and was like, yeah, so it's like actually really awesome. It's like, you fucking degenerates. Get the fuck out of here.
I mean, there are movies in the past 10 years that I would say are bad movies. Not necessarily for the reasons that people might think. Ghostbusters, the 2016 remake.
Ugh.
I watched it. I didn't think that the
It's
cast
not
there,
funny.
whoever wrote the script did not capture the comedy essence of the.
Yeah, it's not funny.
And I can honestly say that the actresses in there are funny actresses.
Some of them
comedy. Some of them are good. Some of them are good comedy actresses.
I know Sai knows who I'm talking about. Who's not?
Yeah. But generally speaking, they are good actresses.
Oh yeah. Just Paul Feig is just
Chris Hemsworth as the villain at the end. Though he's just hot boy for most of the fucking movie.
I thought that was super weird because like Chris Hemsworth's not really known for being funny.
Yeah, and it's like, okay, why was he put?
It's like a horrible miscasting.
Well, they literally did it for just the turnaround because the Ghostbusters movie had the female in the skimpy night dress thing. So they just wanted to do the turnaround and the whole nostalgia thing. Like the graphics, fine, cool, great. The script, horrible.
That's because I swear Paul Feig couldn't write himself out of a shoebox.
Yeah, and a lot of people were just like, it is like, yeah, I'll give shit to that. Give shit to Paul Feig because he just horrible screenwriter as far as that goes. I don't know, was he the screenwriter or was he just a director?
He was both.
Okay, so yeah, that's his fault. Didn't they do another? Not them, but wasn't there another Ghostbusters remake recently?
Yeah, Afterlife, much better.
Apparently, they're actually thinking of making a fourth one.
It did kind of set up like the new generation of Ghostbusters.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's gonna have Murray and the other two.
Well, yeah, they're gonna be in it, but
Murray, Aykroyd, and
the end.
Whatever the black.
They're gonna probably be in the old mentor role.
They're gonna
It's a
have
good-
a
It's
bigger
a
role.
good trope. See, it's a trope that works. I mean, think about it.
Look at
Pass the
Creed.
torch, yeah.
Yeah, look at the
God,
movie
Creed is so fucking good.
Sylvester Stallone plays Rocky, being the coach.
Yeah, Creed. Oh my God, it's so good, so good.
They're working on a third one finally.
Yeah, I know. It's been only 7 years.
Yeah, I have, in all honesty, I have not watched all the Rocky movies and thus have not seen Creed or Creed 2. It's just not my
I
type
haven't
movie.
seen
I'm
the
not
second
much
Creed.
for sports type movies, so it's just not my,
I would say that Rocky kind of transcends the traditional sports style movie. Have you seen you've seen the first one, right? Sai?
What, Creed?
No, the first Rocky.
Rocky.
Mm,
I think
I've probably
everyone's seen the
it,
first
but
Rocky.
I don't remember much of it.
So listen,
Where he loses the fight, but
I
still
know that he
wins the
fights
hearts
Dolph
of
Lundgren.
everybody.
That's
one of
what-
my-
that's
Yeah.
what
That's the
that's
second
what
one.
I think. That's what made me like Rocky so much. He didn't care that he lost the fight. To him, that was his moment. He was a nobody boxer. He was a nobody, and he had gotten his
Actually-
moment to show that he could compete. I think that, and the fact that he lost and just didn't care. He was just carrying. He just wanted Adrian to be by his side. That's what made Rocky really special.
Mhm.
Actually, the Lundgren one where he fought Ivan Drago was the
That
third
was the fourth one.
Because the second
Fourth
one
one.
was Mr. T.
Second one was the rematch with Apollo Creed, where he actually defeats Apollo. Third one was Clubber Lang. A pity fool.
Serious.
Mr. T.
Yeah, okay, I see
Yeah.
it now. And 5 was the street fight.
Four
6
was,
the
four.
comeback.
Rocky 4 was also known as in the Civil War, or I'm sorry, in the Cold War. Rocky.
In the the director's cut, he removed it. He removed that part. Yeah, he did his speech, but it shows the guy just getting up and leaving. There is no applause or anything.
I'm not seeing.
Yeah, Rocky killed the Cold War. No, Rocky 5 was the street fight.
The way that one was weird.
Rocky 6 was the comeback.
Yeah,
The one last fight against him and
by the way, a real middle.
what was it? Was it Mayweather?
No, it wasn't Floyd Mayweather.
I'm looking.
It was
up,
but it was a
no, Antonio Trevor.
it was a real middleweight champion, and not only that, Sylvester Stallone actually was getting hit in the head by this guy.
Yeah, they went blow
Yeah.
for blows.
Like it was like actually shot in HD, like the HBO fights are, and real, like a real fight. And the sixth one was called Rocky Balboa. I liked Rocky
Yeah.
Balboa a lot.
And then you got him becoming a mentor and creating Creed
Yeah.
2.
Overall, there's the overall. I would say, because I am like you, I'm not one for the sports genre movies. I don't like the original The Longest Mile. The one with what's the guy with the mustache?
Burt Reynolds. No.
Yeah, I don't like them.
You mean The Longest
Yeah,
Yard?
whatever. I don't like that movie. It's
Oh, come on, that was a good one.
it's boring.
I mean, it's kind of funny when there's a remake that Adam Sandler makes,
Yeah,
and
And
it's
it's
like,
not bad.
okay, that's kind of interesting.
It was it was a near shot for shot, but it was actually better.
I preferred Adam Sandler's version simply because I was not bored throughout it. Like he actually had people who were legitimately funny playing roles.
My favorite part of that. Well, there's two favorite parts. Is when they meet the Great Khali, the 5-star criminal that'll murder you in
Yeah.
your sleep. He breaks the dude's nose. Come on, say you're sorry. I'm sorry. I got him to say I'm sorry. And then when they meet Bill Goldberg in the showers, I guess we know why they call you the Hammer now.
Yeah, no, I actually do. I'm not a big fan of Saturday Night Lights, the movie or the show.
Never seen it.
Well, it's like I remember there was a show that I was forced to watch several times in school because it was the only show that they thought was school appropriate. Fucking Rudy.
I never watched.
So slow.
I never watched Rudy. So, but
It was basically of a football. It was a football movie.
It was a little kid who wanted to be on the Notre Dame football team, and he finally got his moment. He did a single tackle. Rudy.
There's
boring.
It was like something that me and Flame grew up with. We grew up with Mighty Ducks. Cool Runnings.
Real quick, with the Mighty Ducks, I actually learned that Emilio Estevez in the TV show will not be returning in season 2.
But
I was really upset with that.
I also will give probably a somewhat controversial opinion. I did not like Angels in the Outfield.
That was the kids one, right? With the baseball.
Oh, it was a Christopher Lloyd movie.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I didn't remember liking that one.
I didn't like Major League.
Well, I mean, I thought Field of Dreams was kind of meh, but
that is a slow burn one though.
Yeah.
If you can sit through the last 30 minutes, are actually good.
I actually haven't watched Field
burn.
of Dreams, but
if you build it, they will come.
But when it comes to Rocky, I feel like Rocky transcends the sports type cast genre. It's a story. It's a classic story of a underdog getting his chance in the spotlight, and the fact that Rocky himself is so likable because he's just this like not very smart guy with a big old heart who he sees this like shy meek girl in the store and likes her and helps her come out of her shell. Adrian's like real reclusive and eventually ends up standing up to Paulie halfway through. But really what it is, it's not so much about the boxing aspect. It's about like
I think your thing is disconnecting.
His whole setup is you good?
Yeah, no, I'm good. It was probably just lag on here.
Okay.
Your audio was roboting out too.
Yeah, it was like I said, it was probably just some lag.
Okay, so take 2.
Because y'all froze for a second on my, so it was probably just some lag. Discord has it a lot.
Yeah, that's probably Discord.
But it's not so much about the boxing event that makes Rocky so special, because the fact of the matter is that the boxing aspect of it is not talked about a whole lot. It's maybe 30 minutes of the entire movie.
And that was the last bit too.
Yeah, the last bit, the fight, but the fight is even sped up. Like you see the first round, and then you see the last round, and you see like a montage of like, and there's there's the infamous training montage of flying high now. But what it is more than anything is that it's the soul behind it, and I think that goes for any movie. You can make a great movie off of basically any genre if you put soul into it.
I mean, I liked let's see, what was it? Real Steel was good.
Real Steel was good.
Which was supposed to be the futuristic Rocky.
Yeah, it pretty much is.
Yeah.
Great movie. Wish we get a sequel.
Yeah, didn't it flop though?
It flopped hard.
Yeah,
Which I think
it's
is
I thought it was just a
upsetting.
good cast, and of course, you can't really say anything bad about Hugh Jackman with his acting too much.
He was overacting in it.
He
though.
overacts in everything.
I mean, he has fun, so can you
Yeah,
blame him?
like, he overacts in everything, as far as I can tell. It's every single thing he's in. He will ham it up a little bit. Greatest Showman, excellent movie. He hams up every single scene he's in.
He even hams up a little bit in Logan. Like especially mostly during the action scenes. Like some of his mannerisms, like whenever he's like supposed to be stabbing with his claws, he's just like like just really getting it's a little cheesy. I love Logan, the movie Logan, by the way. It's such a different movie. It's not like it doesn't fit into a box of like your stereotypical action movie. But yeah, he definitely I think he definitely has fun with his roles, so he probably puts a little bit of ham into it because he's having a lot of fun.
Yeah. And so I can understand that. Are we going to be moving on to the next topics?
Yeah.
Or are we just going to...
Well, we have one more, don't we?
Real quick, so Ray Liotta, we discussed this earlier in the podcast.
Oh.
Ray Liotta passed away. It's after midnight, so 3 days ago now. By the time this video is out, it'd been a week and 3 days. And for those that don't know, he was an actor in Goodfellas. Hugely hugely influential actor in the scene. It's actually pretty depressing that he passed.
Died in his sleep is all we know.
Yeah, there was some suspicion of foul play. They ruled it out.
67. That's kind of young for...
Yeah.
Unless he was like a very hard cocaine user or something like that.
It's even possible. There's something called accidental smothering, which is where you accidentally smother yourself in your sleep. It's possible that might have happened. It's real depressing that he's gone, honestly. And like you said, he was fairly young, especially these days. But we're getting into that like area of like so many stars are dying these days.
Well,
we
had
2016, 2014.
Jesus Christ, 2016.
No, which one was it where it was most of the 80s?
That was 2016.
Yeah, I think 2016 was like
it was
death
harsh.
Of the 80s.
I'm looking real quick. Because that was Prince.
Yeah, Prince.
That was
Alan Rickman died.
David Bowie.
David Bowie.
That was like where it was like 10, 15 a month.
Yeah, it'd literally be like, all right, let's wake up this morning. Who died?
Yep, David Bowie. This is it. Okay, David McGurran's. You knew him from Batman.
Yep.
Let's see.
I think
I'm doing a quick look.
Carrie Fisher even died that year.
And then Debbie Reynolds like 2 days later.
Yeah, that was real sad.
Okay, so Robin Williams is 2014.
Yeah, because I was. Yeah, I remember when Robin Williams died.
That was a hard day for me.
Yeah.
That was just because he was like what he was and still is one of my favorite actors.
Oh, that was the year we lost China.
14 or 16?
16.
Okay.
Yeah, 2016 was literally the year. I know it sounds like a bad taste. It was literally every day you'd wake up, check who died that day.
Mm-hmm.
We lost Muhammad Ali that year.
Jeez, dude. I didn't even remember that one.
Neither did I. Half of these names I don't even know. Gene Wilder.
Yep, I remember that.
Mhm.
Most of these people are like in their 80s and 90s, so it's understandable.
Yeah, but it's just that that sting of like we all grew up with these people.
Yeah. But let's see. I was looking up Ray Liotta's movies because it's big.
Oh yeah, he's real. Like I said, very influential actor.
Don't give me rough ones. He is known for Goodfellas. He's known for Narc.
Yep.
I think he was in Ghost Rider.
Was
As
he?
Legion? I don't remember. Who played Legion in Ghost Rider?
No, Legion was done by a younger guy.
Yeah, I don't think he was in Ghost Rider.
Oh, okay, it wasn't, but it looked like him. That's how noticeable. That's how big he is when other people look like him.
Yeah, but he was also kind of known for doing some stuff with the Muppets too.
Yep.
Yeah. So
he
2016 was
filming.
David Bowie, Alan Rickman.
Yeah.
That was a big one.
According to his IMDb page, Ray Liotta was filming 3 movies, and 2 are in post production.
Damn.
El Tonto. Why does that sound familiar?
Zip plane.
Oh. Some of his movies outside the Goodfellas.
Tony Burton, the guy who played his Rocky's coach.
Muppets Most Wanted.
Was he in for some reason was he in Inglourious Bastards?
I don't know how to spell it.
INGLORIOUS.
No, I put ING and nothing.
Yeah. For some reason I thought he was in Inglourious Bastards.
Everybody was in
Eric
That's why I thought he was in it.
Died in 2016. The guy who
was
played
in Wild Hogs.
Jamrat Bar.
He again, I mentioned earlier, in The Name of the King, A Dragon Siege Tale.
Yeah.
China Prince.
He hammed that movie up like Jeremy Irons did in D&D.
Oh man.
Let's see. He was in Hannibal. Muppets in Space.
Oh yeah, because the TV show Hannibal.
Copland. He played Frank Sinatra in the Rat Pack movie.
I actually haven't seen that one.
It's a TV movie. No one's probably seen it. Goodfellas was in 90.
It wasn't like 95 or something.
90.
It was
Straight up
1990.
Yeah. He wasn't in the sequel though. That was weird. In Casino.
Yeah, I haven't seen Goodfellas 2, but I don't think it's actually good.
Casino was alright. It was more of Joe Pesci's thing.
What do you think? I'm funny like a clown, haha?
Pretty much. I'm just fucking with you.
But anyway, let's go ahead and move forward. So this one is from you, Flame. Well, all these kind of are from you, but this one specifically is for you. Ric Flair returning to the ring. So for the viewers that are also confused as I am, Ric Flair is apparently a former.
He was a very big professional wrestler in the 80s.
Yeah,
and in the 90s.
Former WWE.
Even further back, more like the territory days with the NWA, where we learn about Hulk Hogan, where he got his start.
That's
Andre the Giant.
That's not the NWA that I know.
No, Hulk Hogan's got his start in I think the NWA or the AWA.
Flame. The
But yeah, no.
NWA that I'm thinking of is with Ice Cube.
I know. But this one is the National Wrestling Alliance. Anyway, he wants to get back in the ring. Dude's brittle as dirt.
How old is he?
I think he's 72.
Like that's not super.
73.
That's not super old, but it's too old to like be getting beat up on.
It's like Muhammad Ali if he decided he wanted another match or another fight. He would have took one punch and down he went.
Yeah, it's like in the grand scheme of things, no, you're not super old, but you're too old to be like getting beat up on.
Yeah, it's like you might be able to take a beating still, depending on how well you take care of yourself and how much you work out and all that stuff.
But it's gonna hurt a lot more.
Not so much that, it's gonna take a lot more time to recover. It's as you get older, it takes a lot more time to, even like slight bruises, it takes a lot more time to recover.
Well, yeah, there's that, but I was mostly going on the joke. It's there's a joke that like, how can you tell you're getting older? And it's like because things hurt a lot more as you get older.
Mm-hmm. I just hope that if he does, okay, this is for someone who is as popular and well respected in the industry. If he does do this match, I hope he's up against someone who can carry him. You might know that one from the Rocky Balboa movie, where the opponent was like, just do your stuff, I'll carry you through the match. And he's like, no.
Yeah.
I want to do this myself. That's probably how Ric Flair is going to be. I want him to be in a match with someone who can carry him through the match, who can be gentle with him. So if he body slams him, it's a careful body slam and not like, I just killed Ric Flair.
Who do you think? Did they say who he's supposed to be going against, or why he's training up to come back? Or
he wants to do it to say that he's still the guy, that he is to be the man. You got to beat the man. He wants to prove that he's still a guy.
Which means he's going against a champion, most likely.
Probably not. They wanted it to be Ricky Steamboat, but he's like, no, I'm too old for this. I'm going out. I went out years ago. That's fine.
Yeah.
Hopefully, it is against a young guy who Flair can give a win to and make him look good. But it's
not going to look good no matter what with his age.
He's had heart attacks. He bleeds too easy.
I mean, I can understand it being his passion and him actually possibly wanting to die in the ring. But
why though? Just think of it from the promoter's aspect, okay? Mm-hmm. The person who's going to book this, they have to realize, okay, I'm letting a 73-year-old man wrestle. If he dies, that's on me.
Mm.
Because he let it happen.
Yeah, you have to also remember that, and you know this just as well as I do, that a lot of the stuff, they practice and practice and practice. They rehearse their matches.
Yes, but you can only practice
so much.
Falling on your ass so much before you start to hurt yourself.
Yeah.
He could trip and break a hip.
At 73, I don't think that's as likely. Usually not until you get to 80, and then you have to have severe osteoporosis. But even so, I think that he will definitely have issues with. He's not going to last more than a couple of minutes.
No. It needs to. He'd have
to go up against somebody like Hogan, who is a similar age.
No. If it goes longer than 5 minutes, That's I can't even think of it. That's a bad event waiting to happen.
I am seeing someone like Seth Rollins or Edge taking up the match.
People who can work with him, yeah.
Yeah.
But he'll probably want someone like Brock Lesnar. It's like, no, dude, you'll die.
Actually dead. Actually dead.
So yeah,
one F5 from Brock Lesnar, and then boom, dead.
One F5 broke Vince McMahon's hip. Okay.
Yeah.
Again, so just I can go hours on this, but just to wrap it up, if he has to have an opponent who will be gentle on him while still making it look good.
Mm.
Whether it's in WWE, AEW, Ring of Honor, New Japan. I wouldn't mind seeing him and Inoki, but Inoki's on his deathbed. Anyway, they have to be safe, or you're going to kill this man.
Mm-hmm.
And
so it's basically an honor match. Just to say, he's just trying to prove that he could still stand in the ring, basically.
Yeah.
But if somebody just bumps him and tosses him outside the ring, he's going to land on his hip on the hard ground and break a hip.
Yeah. And that's what everyone's fearing.
Mm-hmm.
So, hopefully, he succeeds this, because no one's going to stop him. He won't. He refuses to be stopped.
Mm-hmm.
So they just got to work with him.
I mean, Vince could stop him. He just says, no.
I'm doing it whether you want to or not.
Well, no, so Vince could stop him and say no because it's his fucking contract.
Vince, as senile as that man is,
mm-hmm.
would say, I'm not doing the match.
Mm-hmm.
Or I'm not booking this.
Mm-hmm.
Because he knows the liability of having someone die in the ring. No.
Yep.
It has to be some crazy person to accept it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, obviously, since then, the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard case has wrapped up. There was also a shooting that happened, actually, here in my home state of Texas. And we're going to be discussing both of those. We got two topics here. So let's just go ahead and kick it off. So firstly, let's talk about the more serious topics so we can get to the memes and end it on a high note. The school shooting. So in and I'm probably going to butcher this saying of it, Uvalde, even though it's in my home state, yes, you can butcher the state saying of words. There was a school shooting that happened. It wasn't like quite 2 weeks ago. I think it was like 10 days ago or something. And of course, one of the big things that I have problems with particularly with Twitter, whenever there is a school shooting, is people come out of the woodwork to try and push their agenda. And I have a major problem with that. Sai, before I get into a rant here, why don't you go ahead and give your perspective on that?
All right. In general, and I am not, I'm definitely not anti-gun. I think they have their uses and can be used for protection. I'm also of other opinions as far as what police and military shouldn't have, but that is kind of off the cuff there. As far as Uvalde, it is a major loss. I feel for the families and such that are affected. There's really not much I can say. I haven't paid very close attention to what's been going on there, but I've been just getting clips here and there as to what has basically the little bits of news that have been coming out about it.
Yeah, so obviously I share the sentiments. I am not against weapons or firearms. I have a few. Of course, I'm Texan. But but I do own a few. But I've educated myself so that I could properly hold myself accountable to the knowledge and put a healthy amount of respect rather than an unhealthy amount of fear. It's always, whenever something is dangerous, it's better to put a sense of respect up for it rather than fear it. I'm always of that opinion. You can be frightened of anything, but if you learn about it, you will learn a sense of respect, so that if it's something that's proper to be feared, such as a grizzly bear or, something dangerous in the wild, you can properly respect to, how to handle the situation, how to do everything. But that's off topic. One of the things that I see constantly happening on Twitter, every single time there's a shooting, and it pisses me off so badly every single time, is I see this influx of just people talking about, oh, we need to take weapons away, blah, 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 take all guns away, pushing their fucking agendas during this time of high tragedy. And to me, it feels like it's in bad taste, because at that moment, it's not the right moment to talk about that, to talk about that kind of subject. People just lost friends. They lost parents, lost children. In this instance, people lose in other instances. People will lose their own parents. People lose family members, and it feels like almost as though there is no care being brought for these people. And I feel like that's not okay. In my opinion, that's not okay. Because they are the ones that have suffered from this situation. Not you, because you're talking about firearms. People need to really just take themselves out of that situation, really look at what is the issue at this moment. We can have the discussion about firearms, but it has to be at the right moment. I don't really understand it. But moreover, the one thing that also gets heavily ignored is the talk about mental health. It's something that's always overshadowed. People immediately jump on the firearms. There's never any discussion about mental health, and I think that's stupid. Because as much as people talk about mental health needs to be looked at whenever something like this doesn't happen, whenever there's a moment that, something does happen where mental health can be discussed and talked about and learned and understood, and we can grow as a society, it is constantly put into the background, and it is something that the government is constantly putting into the background regardless. I said it during the first podcast that mental health is treated like a joke in the U.S. And sort of like a joke not as much so, but sort of like a joke in other places in the world. In Japan, it is really not treated seriously. Mostly the Asian Pacific continental area, it's treated really poorly, and I don't think that's right. And so I feel free to chip in here with anything like that. But,
Well, I have a couple of questions.
Yeah.
Since you're a Texan and you actually you own firearms, because, well, you're a Texan and you should. What process did you go through when you obtained yours? Did you go through a psyche eval? Did you just walk in and say, I want to buy a gun? They're like, okay.
They do a background check, particularly if you buy a handgun. I'm under the impression that if you buy a shotgun or a rifle, as like a long rifle, a hunting rifle, you don't actually get a background check. But you have to, in order to buy a handgun, you wait 3 days while they do a background check on you. So there is some level And if you're wondering why, it's because hunting rifles are typically bolt action, and shotguns are pump action. They're usually not semi-automatic. So like a Benelli M4, you'd probably have to do 4-day wait on that. For those that don't know what a Benelli M4, it's a semi-auto. No, not the Benelli M4. Benelli M6. The M4 is a pump action. The M6 is a semi-automatic shotgun. So you'd probably have to wait 3 days on that. And a rifle, hunting rifles are typically bolt action, which is where you have to pull the bolt back and load the other round. It's the reason why they're used for hunting, because you only load whenever you need to load. Most handguns are, if you have a revolver, it is single or double action, depending if you cock the hammer. Or if they're semi-automatic, if they are, Glocks, SIGs, and any brand that makes a 1911. All semi-automatics, meaning that the slide flies back in order to load another round.
Ejecting the old shell and putting in a new one.
Yeah. Which, if you've ever actually been shooting, you've definitely caught a couple of those casings, either going down your shirt or right in your face. It's not pleasant. It stings.
I've been on the rifle side of that. I used to be a big hunter, and I think 30. I think it was like a 308.
Okay.
And I
Is
think
it like an M1 or something?
It was just basically a hunting rifle. So I think it was a 308. I'm not 100% sure. It was last time I was hunting was 15 years ago, maybe 20. So it's been a while since I've been hunting. I just remember that the shells would like pop out the side, and it would hold multiple shells in the stock, or in the casing there.
Did you have
It didn't actually have a clip. It was loaded into the thing, and it'd pop out the old shell. It would cycle a new one in, and I think it would hold like 6 or something like that.
Yeah, that sounds kind of. There's a clip in a magazine. For those that don't know, magazines are typically what people call clips that you loaded into the thing. Clips are what the M1 Garand has, where it's literally like a belt of bullets, or rounds, whatever you want to call them.
Yeah, it didn't have either of those. It was actually built into the.
Was it like a sniper where you side load?
Yeah, it was side loading.
Yeah.
Where it would actually go in, you could have multiple rounds in there, but it would only have like 5 or 6 or something like that, plus 1 in the chamber, which
so 6
not
plus
a big
1.
deal. Yeah, it's just to be able to try to get whatever deer. It's like I shot 1 deer. I haven't killed anything since then. It's like, I know about guns. I was raised with them. I haven't used them in a very long time, but doesn't mean I still don't know about them.
Yeah, because you're technically also in a southern state, because you're in Missouri.
Yeah, technically southern, but not
you're
really
more,
southern.
Technically, yours is Midwestern. It's a Midwestern state, but it was technically part of the the secession that happened during the Civil War, part of the southern states. But yeah, technically Midwestern, which Midwestern also has a history of, people handling firearms. Not as infamous as Texas.
Yeah. But on the topic though, as I was asking, it's like, hey, do you need a psych eval? It's like, I think a psych eval is one of the things they need to start implementing for.
Oh yeah, definitely
gun ownership, or at least gun purchasing. Previous ownership, they can't really do anything about. Because they can't seize your weapons. But they can, for new ownership, I definitely think that a psych evaluation needs to be something that should happen at this point.
I completely agree. Psych evaluations are absolutely, and it should be done by a professional. It should be almost like it. Honestly, it should be like whenever you first get your driver's license. Whenever you turn 16, you have to do a driving test. In order to get your driver's license, I think the exact same kind of deal should happen whenever you have to go to this place in order to get your license
It's a lot
to carry.
harder to kill somebody with a car.
It's not actually.
Well, I guess it depends on if you're in the city and you try to run over people on the sidewalk. That's completely different. But
it's a lot easier. I would tell you, it's a lot easier to kill more people in a car. But
yeah, it's just I was saying the whole like the psych eval thing. It's like and I think one of the disqualifying questions has to be is, do you believe in God? Well, no. If you do, you're disqualified. Well, that's just.
That shouldn't even be a question. Nobody should. It should not. You should have to go to this place in order to get your license to carry or license to ownership. I'm all for the Second Amendment right to legally carry arms. Absolutely. But there should be reason, and we have to, in order to drive, you have to prove that you know how to handle a car. In order to own a weapon, or a firearm, you need to prove that you are mentally sound and responsible enough to carry this firearm.
So are you thinking like questions like, are you depressed? Have you had suicidal
No,
thoughts?
I wouldn't say
it's not so much.
I wouldn't say necessarily
you have anger issues.
I wouldn't necessarily say things that were pertain to self-harm, because for one thing, that is nobody else's business.
Well, I mean, that would fit into the psychological profile.
It would, but the thing is that whenever you talk about people who are self-destructive, which I can attest to this, I've suffered through depression. I still have it. There are days that I just feel very unmotivated. And there are some days that I would just literally just sit there, and it is this unyielding amount of just people always think depression is like this thing where you're like, oh, I'm kind of down at the moment. No, depression is like this unyielding amount of sadness. Or or this like this. I've discussed this with you particularly, Si. There are times that I would just completely throw up my walls, so I don't feel at all. Not necessarily like in the way a psychopath or sociopath, but basically to shield myself. That is a form of depression. There's also, and it's a very self-destructive tendency. As well. So things that are very self-destructive, stuff like that, I don't think that that's really the government's fucking business. So, no, I don't think things with depression, but I think like testing questions about your state of character, like how you believe things, not like religious, but how you believe like societal things should be taken into consideration. Like, for instance, despite the fact that I do have depression, I do have self-destructive tendencies and all of that. I would never. I know myself enough that I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I were to do that. I think that if I was in a life or death situation, I could do, but it would affect me very heavily, to the point where I'd probably have to get therapy about it. And I think that kind of stuff, like if you're in a life or death situation, would there be hesitation? That kind of thing should be taken into consideration. Because yes, there would be hesitation on my side. But I have balance of like people think that it's kind of cold natured, but the greater good. What in the end am I like? This person has broken into my house with the intent to harm, everybody I love. So that's at that point. That is now. Let's just say that I had for whatever reason I had my entire family. We all lived in like one big mega mansion or some shit. That's like I don't even remember how many people are in my immediate family. 30 some odd people. That's 30 some odd people with this one person. Obviously, in my head, I'm gonna be like, okay, yeah, I have to do this.
Yeah.
But it would affect me, and I think more should take into the moral consideration of what people. I think honestly, it could be a trolley kind of situation, the trolley system.
The trolley problem.
Yeah.
I've actually been through. There's actually a game out for the trolley problem. And it's basically you end up being a horrible person no matter what you choose.
Yeah, there's always the trolley system can really tell you a lot about a person. It'll tell you if they have good morals and where their morals lie. So I think something like that should be taken into consideration whenever doing a psych eval. But I do agree, anger problems definitely should be taken into consideration. And moreover, if anger problems are being dealt with, because I have anger issues. I did a video about Knights of the Republic 2 on Switch, which if you guys want to know anything about that, I am making a full review about it. But I had told Sai, and I had even mentioned the video, it was my second time making it, because by the end of the video, I was actually screaming. Like, I was like shouting and screaming and very, very upset. Because the game to me is like one of the greatest games ever made. So I had a very deep, and I also had a very deep personal connection to the game. Still do. And so it was like mentally affecting me. It was, I don't want to say triggered because the triggered meme is, I think that, the triggered meme, it really comes into play there. Like, I triggered by a video game.
Well, no, you got triggered by a developer doing a port badly.
I got triggered by the fact that it's a game that has been constantly rushed out the door. That happened again. Where it's happening yet again.
Longer than the original? Isn't it longer than KOTOR 1?
Yeah, it's like a good 10 hours longer.
Yeah, it's like, and it seems like, and even, it's like, what is it? Was it 1-2 months ago they released KOTOR 1? And
November.
then 2 just came out like 2 or 3 days ago, something like that.
It was November that they released the original, but it's sort of off topic. What I was basically getting at is by the end of the second video that I had made, my anger I'd managed to calm myself down enough to redo the video. My anger had already started to come back because once again, it was this constant rotation. But I was a lot more angry when I was younger. I would say I was even more angry whenever we first met. I was kind of a ticking time bomb when I was, because we met when I was 19,
something like that.
So yeah, I was sort of a ticking time bomb, even at that stage. But I've managed to control it. I've gotten older. I've managed to calm myself down a lot. And so it's more of like, if you have in the question of like, do you have anger issues? And then yes, if you answer yes, have you properly taken the steps? Like you could present a situation that would possibly infuriate most people.
hmm
And ask them how to handle it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's talking about the I mean, I firmly believe the psych eval it should be a thing now, but the problem is also a slippery slope because it's what qualifications would you put into it.
Yeah.
And there are a lot of mental health issues that are happening in the country. A lot of different and there's like a full spectrum of a lot of different things. There are a lot of issues that are mental issues that are nonviolent, so they wouldn't have any relation to guns. But I know that lawmakers will probably abuse it and put those conditions in there.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's why I was like, okay, it should be a thing, but it has to be put in by level-headed people that don't have an agenda.
Which we don't have a lot of it these days.
Yeah.
A lot of our people that are in Congress are too far either way.
Mm.
And they're not only that, they're zealots.
Mostly old farts that, most of the people in Congress are old farts that have been there for 50 years and don't need to have that job anymore.
Well, there are also
that's another conversation.
It's also a lot of zealots that are in there.
A lot of cultists right now, but
no, that guy got out of office.
Oh no, there's still a few in there. Marjorie, MLG or whatever her name is in there. Is still there.
It's MTG.
MTG, okay. Yeah, but yeah, what's her face is still in there, and she's and as well as a few others are still in there, and they're in the
cult of Trump.
In the cult of Trump, they were.
Which is very different from right-wing people.
Yeah,
let's just point that out.
Well, yeah, there's a distinct difference. There's right-wingers, and then there's Republicans, and then there's the Trumpublicans, which are the cult of Trump. Even it's 2 years after his.
Yeah, I would even say that there's a difference between somebody who's alt-right and the Trumpublicans, because I've definitely heard people that are like alt-right that are going, no, we don't support that jackass. So yeah, so whenever we say the cult of Trump, we're not talking about just a general right-wing type deal. I'm not even left-wing myself. I'm a centrist, despite what my political commentary in the past on this channel has proven, because we talk mostly about social. Well. Do what?
Yeah, it's like I'm a centrist as well, and yeah, we do comment a lot on the stuff, and
you'd be more considered a moderate.
Moderate,
because you do have a slight left lean. Which
is odd for somebody my age, but
yeah,
usually younger people usually grow more conservative as you get older. Just in general, you grow more conservative, more traditionalist. Back in my day, this was the way we did things.
Back in my day.
It's the traditionalist side of the Republican spectrum that runs into that.
Yeah. Which is there's nothing wrong with traditions. But I'm very much part of I reform. I'm very much for reform, and I've gotten more for reform as I've gotten older, much like you, Sai. As I've gotten older, I see the need for progress rather than being stuck in old ways.
Yeah, unlike some of the things that happened in the past several years, like YouTube steps in a pile of shit and then goes, "Oh, what's that? Let's dive into it."
Oh boy. But yeah, just I do agree that, the topic of mental health can be it's a very slippery slope. It's something that doesn't get taken seriously here in the US at all. And like I said, they like Central Asia Pacific region it is really not taken seriously. Like there's a reason why suicide is so high amongst I don't think it's Chinese men, but but I do know Japanese men. The suicide rate is unbelievably high, because they have very traditionalist values over there, and that means that don't basically don't you're depressed. You're just in a rut kind of deal. It's like, no, that's not a fucking excuse for that shit. And I think that's why the suicide rate in it's particularly young Japanese men, is so high.
And it's the suicide cause not necessarily cause, but method in Japan is mostly by hanging.
Yeah.
Because
very, very common.
Incredibly hard to get a gun over there. It's possible, but it's very hard.
It's incredibly hard to get a firearm. Not only that, it's considered somewhat
they have a different culture.
Yeah, they have a very different. It's considered somewhat. I don't want to say rude, but slitting the wrists, which technically in order to do it, you'd have to go down. Yeah. The shit in shows where they just cut it across. That's not going to do shit.
They'll screw up your tendons and keep your finger flexibility out like it did with Constantine, but
yeah. Or to make your hand get stuck like this. But it's and I hate to use the word rude, but that is kind of what it is over there. They believe that it's rude to do something like that, or to jump off of a building or do things like that. So they usually go, like I said, by the method of hanging. It's also really hard to get like prescription drugs over there. So that's usually a method that's out.
And that's why one of the big things with the Jake Paul, the hanging forest thing was a huge deal, because that is their typical method.
Yep. And well, he disrespected the culture entirely. But he's kind of put himself on a redemption arc, which, all right.
Which, okay, whatever.
Yeah, there's some things that you can have redemption arc for. For instance, what PewDiePie did, definitely deserving of a redemption arc. And then there are things that I don't believe that. I believe that if you do it, you get the fuck off the internet at that point. Because you don't deserve redemption and a redemption arc. What Alinity did to her cats, like throwing one over her head because it dared walk in front of her. Just literally just taking, like, that's not cool. Or giving her cats alcohol, which that's like actually grounds for that's actually grounds for like getting thrown in jail.
Yeah, it's considered animal abuse.
That is animal abuse, because cats aren't able to process alcohol. Their livers literally cannot function to do that.
I wasn't sure, because I think dogs can.
To an extent. But no, cats cannot. That is actually animal abuse.
It's like the most.
It's like that is actually animal abuse. Like, it's like some people might have a differing opinion about the cat being thrown over her head. To me, that is also animal abuse, because there's a good way. It would have been one thing if she would have picked her cat up, turned around, and accidentally kind of I've definitely done it with one of my cats before, where you mean to kind of just lightly toss them and you misjudge, and your immediate reaction is, oh my god, because you don't expect that. It'd have been one thing to do that, or just have her pick up her cat and turn around and set him on the ground. But chucking them over your head, I mean, that's too far. But yeah, there's definitely people that I don't think Logan Paul deserves a redemption arc. I don't think Jake Paul deserves a redemption arc. That fucking guy is an asshole.
I don't know much about the Paul brothers. I just know what little I've seen on the on what they've been doing. Logan Paul has been trying to redeem himself, especially in the physical arena. He's been doing the boxing and wrestling and stuff like that, where he's been trying to get more out there in a different way than his YouTube side.
Yeah. Well, he also started that Impulsive podcast. But yeah, no, I just don't believe that he deserves the redemption arc that he's had. He went too far with it.
Yeah. I was it all this school. Anyway, we were talking about school shootings with the Uvalde. It's all started back when I was in high school.
Yeah, the Columbine.
And the Columbine thing happened. And even then, there were a whole bunch of people that didn't really take it seriously. Somebody actually made a video game. It was like a web game type thing. About the Columbine shooting, and it was immediately banned.
Yeah. Yeah, because it was like a mod of Doom or something.
And then there was another the VTech massacre, which was not that long after. And somebody made a video game about that, and it's like, okay, you're not really bringing awareness of it, you're just kind of making fun of it.
Yeah.
Especially since you're playing as the person that's doing the shooting. You're not really helping the situation any.
Yeah, it's one thing for stuff to be made specifically in bad taste or just being just offensive. And then there's games like you had mentioned prior to the Postal, or I would even lump Grand Theft Auto into that, where it's more of an aura of ridiculousness. It's framed as a world that's outside of our own.
Yeah. And it's like GTA definitely falls within that. Postal does. Duke Nukem does. Duke Nukem is basically, Duke Nukem is literally, we're being invaded by aliens and they're kidnapping my girlfriend. Blah blah.
They're stealing the babes.
Yeah. Oh, did you hear they're supposed to be making a movie?
Oh God, it's gonna be bad.
If they can find somebody that sticks to the damn character,
it's still gonna be bad.
Yeah, as long as the Uwe Ball doesn't make it.
But this did all kind of start with Columbine, and it leads me to the other aspect of school shootings that most people, video games. We've kind of touched upon this topic before, where video games are just blamed for things. And I don't think, I think that that's also something that really needs to be relegated by the parents. Because, I mean, you do get mentally unsound people that are playing these games. If the parents paid an ounce of attention, then, that
almost all the shooters in school shootings, aside from a few, have been like mid-teens.
Yeah.
Like early mid-teens. the game that they were blaming for the first one was
Hmm.
Doom.
Yeah.
And we talked about this on a previous podcast.
Yeah.
And this is Jack Thompson, the asshole who's been trying to
Fucking-
get video games banned since 1990. And there's, I think, somebody else picked up the mantle and is trying to do the same thing.
Yeah, Jack Thompson, the asshole that is trying to tried to destroy gaming.
You know, and then he started blaming GTA and stuff like that later on. But it's like, okay, so you haven't said anything about like Call of Duty because those are actually.
Oh,
shooting
don't
games.
worry, Call of Duty got it too with no Russian.
Yeah.
It just took a while.
It just took, yeah, but it's one of those things where I think we have a not only just the mental, but we have, I think there's a cultural thing in the United States, and it's one of those where the school shootings are very much an American thing.
Yeah.
Where, well, yes, it might happen in other countries, not nearly to the degree it happens in America.
It's
There's
also-
at least
it's also
several a
why-
year.
It's also why I don't find it funny whenever people in other countries make memes about like back to school shopping and there's like an AK. I'm like, that's not fucking funny. Like that's actually offensive.
There's a I don't know, you've heard have you heard of Titus? I can't remember what his last name is, but he's a comedian.
No.
I think it's like Titus Christensen, I think is what his name is. He has this bit. No, it's like don't arm the parents, don't arm the teachers, arm the children. Because they already know that the parents' mental stability is pretty much gone out the window because they have to deal with these little shits all day. So they have and so they're more likely to turn it on the kid than on an opposer. But if you arm the kids who are all taught how to use guns safely, which I'm surprised in Texas that they didn't have that already happening, then you'll have a generation of people who actually know how to fucking use guns correctly and can defend themselves. I do think gun safety should be not necessarily a part of schools, but it should be a mandatory teaching at some point.
Understanding firearms.
Yeah. And it's something that is very optional, especially since there are a lot of people that are anti-gun. I do think at least gun safety and understanding how a gun is used, the safety protocols with them, and all that would be not necessarily just like identification of different weapons, but saying, okay, you point this in this direction. This is the safety. This is how you use it. This is the storage. This is how you store it safely. Keep it away from people, stuff like that. It's basically just a general information. It's not like a one-day class.
I think as well they it's gonna sound really harsh whenever I say it and probably kind of fucked up. Obviously, you know, the reason why kids that are mentally unstable relate back to video games whenever they do their testimonies is because video games, as much as we've developed like realism in video games, they're still a sensationalist variant of actual violence. Actual violence is grisly. It's ugly.
Mhm.
It's not a pretty thing. It's not like full of blood splashes and all that kind of bullshit. It is not fun. And I think part of it, there's I remember whenever I took driver's ed, there's a particular day that you have to watch like videos of people like dying from car crashes, and there's like brain matter and like people's heads are popped basically. Like really graphic, gruesome, grisly, nasty stuff, but it strikes the fear of like, don't drive like a maniac. I think the exact same thing should happen. Like here's what happens if people get shot. Like have like a, I don't know, like one of those war like actual war movies that like a where you see like actual soldiers, something like that, detailing the effects of like, here's what happens whenever you get hit with a bullet, and you're just be as not gruesome, but just like as forward facing as possible. Show them the gruesome truth is basically what it is.
There's a secondary, and this is kind of a joke, but there's a secondary thing that that people should watch on top of the gruesome is every person learning how to drive should watch Final Destination.
Why?
If you haven't seen it, you don't get the joke.
I'm scared to ask what your reasoning is.
The whole don't drive behind big trucks. Don't make sure that your airbags and such are set up, all that other stuff. It basically is it's a list of all the things that could go wrong. And but there's a whole bunch of stuff that is car related in that.
Yeah, but almost all of it couldn't happen. Logs don't bounce like that,
happen.
man.
Yeah.
No, logs don't bounce like that.
Yeah.
They would splinter on the road. Not only that, like a fan coming out of an engine and actually cutting your head off, that wouldn't happen either. Yeah,
most of the stuff is very sensationalized in that movie. It's very, very exaggerated.
Extremely exaggerated.
What was it? There was one thing where there was like a wire and it just randomly vroom around somebody's neck for no reason.
Yeah, it was
like, what the
It was
hell?
in the bathroom. He literally slipped on water. The wire, something that went to the shower just went boom, 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 all the way around. It's just like, what the fuck? Though the idea with the first movie is that death was like an active presence. It wasn't until the second movie that it was like passive presence. But that's a different story.
Yeah, but it was the whole. I was like, this is something that could potentially happen. Blah blah blah. But it's like, make sure you're watching out for what's in front of you. I've actually had, when I was driving once, and this was back from when I was working at Krispy Kreme, driving home, and I actually saw this person with a trailer do the whole swerve, and then the trailer decides to go off the road and drags his car with it.
Yeah.
And I was like, ooh, I'm going to keep going. I've actually seen people, as I was driving in the dark, just driving home down the highway, miss their turnoff, off a bridge because they missed their turnoff and decided to try to go late. And I'm sitting here like, not my problem.
Thankfully, I've never seen that, but we don't have bridges really here. We do have overpasses, but yeah, definitely have not seen that, thankfully.
Well, I was probably a good bit away before, and it's like not like I could have stopped anyway. Not when I'm going the flow of traffic. So,
well, yeah, no, I'm not saying that. I'm just like, I've never seen that myself.
you drive enough on the highway, especially, you will eventually see weird shit.
Well, I literally drive on the highway every day.
You know, it's like you will eventually see weird shit.
But the thing is that Texas roads are far, far different than most states. Like our roads we don't really have free hanging roads that much. A lot of our roads have like multiple layers of earth underneath them. So if you go off, you're going to go down a slope onto the feeder, basically.
Well, yeah, it's like we had the overpass, and he just he missed his turn, tried to make it, and it wasn't actually off the bridge. It was like right before it, and he just went. I just saw him go, wee, and I was like, "You missed your turn, buddy."
Yeah, no, that would like when you would go through the barrier and you'd actually you'd like go down earth, like grass and stuff, and you'd be on the feeder road. Like
yeah.
Like you wouldn't fall from a great height. You'd actually just go boom, 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 and go all the way down and get to the feeder. Your car would be fucked up, and you'd probably get hit because you're on the feeder now. But yeah, no, you're not going to go flying off of. Now we do have some high overpasses as well that definitely you would go flying off of.
Yeah, it'd be very hard for a car to actually go off of any of our high overpasses because there's a truck, like a big rig, probably could, if they turned into it hard enough. But in these concrete, like 3 foot tall concrete blocks that will keep that, or 3 to 5 foot tall concrete partitions on the sides of the highway that keep things from going off the edge.
Oh yeah.
Good ton of material there that probably weigh more than most cars per slab.
But yeah, there's I definitely think that with your idea, like just to show them the grisly truth of the matter. It sounds really messed up saying it, but the thing is that sometimes shock is how you teach.
Yeah, and a lot of it is, of course, a lot of driving is learned by doing. Now, of course, you can, like I was saying, do a gun safety course. That would give you the very basic intellectual knowledge of what you're supposed to do and what you're not supposed to do. Nothing will be better though than practical practice. Even if, or just practical use, saying, "Hey, we're going to go to a range. We're going to practice a little bit. At least let you know what a gun feels like, and then if you don't want to do anymore, that's fine." But it's one of those things where it's just like, hey, it's practical knowledge. It gives you something, gets you at least either you can be comfortable or uncomfortable with it. That's fine after the fact, but at least lets you know what it's like.
Well, the other thing that I usually hear is it not only that, it would kind of help you see who the problematic people would be, problematic kids would be at that very moment.
That completely depends on age group.
Because we're talking about high schoolers here, like.
Well, it's like if you're talking about high schoolers, and yeah, but I was talking about like younger.
No, I think that definitely, because the majority of high school or shootings that have happened, you said young teen, but like they've been high schools.
Yeah, they've been mostly at high schools, or done by high schoolers. I think this one was actually Ovade was actually an adult that went to a elementary school, which is
different. That's happened before as well. Which that is more of like the mental health awareness type deal. But yeah, the majority that have happened at high schools
have been by other students at the high schools.
Yeah,
and usually it's something that they've been bullied or
loners,
or basically they're mistreated either at the school or at home or something. Basically, they have some other problem in their life that made them lash out
Snap.
in this way. And either their parents didn't see the signs
Or didn't care.
or didn't care. Didn't lock up their guns. If they're a teenager, then they had to be able to get guns from somewhere else, which means they probably had to get them from the parents.
Mm-hmm.
Any parents that have those type of guns are probably in the rah rah, my guns, my rules, rah rah type people,
Or in the
mhm.
less reputable side of things.
Yeah, and I know I don't really want to bring race into it, but I think every school shooter's been white.
Yeah. And actually, the majority of serial killers are they're white men between the ages of I think it's like, well, the age range is expanded, but the ages are usually about 22 to 35. So young white men.
Yeah. They just got out of their party phase and they just want to keep living it, so they go through a midlife crisis and they go all psycho.
A midlife crisis prior to being midlife.
Yeah. Well, they consider it midlife because their party days are over.
Yep.
Thankfully, I'm past that age range now.
Never had it. Never had the party days.
I never really was either. It's like I do drink on occasion. I don't drink enough to get drunk, and I never was a big drinker when I was younger. I have never gotten to the blackout part of drinking. I've gotten tipsy, and that's about it. That's like the worst I've gotten. And I know you're anti-alcohol as a whole, but
I'm not anti-alcohol. I just don't drink alcohol.
Yeah.
So I do have. If people like ask me, like, do I think alcohol is good? I'm like, no, it's terrible for your liver. Like, like I'm not gonna fucking just, ignore actual science.
Oh yeah, it is actually a poison. It's actually it's ethanol, which is the alcohol, is a poison, but it's one of those where people can survive it easily. Yeah. Our bodies have adapted, basically.
But yeah, no, I'm not just gonna ignore actual like physical science, like where scientists have literally said, yeah, no, this is like actually bad for you. Medical professionals have gone, yeah, no, this is actually bad for you. Like, so if you ask me that, I'm not gonna fucking lie about it.
Well, yeah, but in my case, it's like, well, I have maybe a beer a couple times a month, as compared to somebody who drinks a case a day, type thing. There's a huge difference in, like, mine is almost perfect. Well, probably not anymore because I drink a shit ton of sugar. So, well, my liver might be great. My kidneys are shot.
And particularly the type of soda that you drink. Fucking Mountain Dew, which is the worst for you. But anyway, let's go ahead and move away from the depressing subject onto the memeable one. Even though it is depressing, it is a depressing topic at its very core, but it's very memeable because the court case has been a fucking joke. The end of the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard case, last week, we actually finally got our verdict. And surprise, surprise, Johnny Depp won 3 counts against Amber Heard of defamation, where Amber Heard only won 1. So yeah, technically in technicality terms, Johnny Depp did win. Was it like $8 million?
10.3 after it's 10.35 because it was 15, but there's a statute in Virginia where you can't put what was it? It's one of the two damages types above $3,500. So they had to adjust it, or
But,
the judge adjusted it. But yeah, still the $10 million stands. And
But
she
he-
got a $2 million for what Adam Waldman said.
Yeah. So he netted $8 million basically.
Yeah,
Um,
which she can't afford because she's only worth 2.5. Even though she still supposedly has that $7 million that from the divorce settlement,
yeah.
because she
And
never paid off her donations that she said she did.
I think that it's pretty fucking obvious at this point. The court, and the fact of the matter is that even before that that verdict came out, Johnny Depp already won the court of public opinion. People that were initially supporting Amber Heard, even through up until like 3 weeks ago, during that final phase, those final what are the final remarks of the trial, people who were even supporting Amber Heard were starting to wise up and start talking, start being like, yeah, maybe Johnny Depp is kind of innocent.
Yeah. One of the things that I believe we've talked about when we talked about the various witnesses and stuff that had come up. There has been, of course, more information that's come out since the verdict.
Yep.
Over the past almost 2 weeks. A week and a half since I think it was like Wednesday that they made, not this last Wednesday, but the Wednesday before that they made the actual verdict.
Yeah,
which was like cool. They have and they gave information and all that other stuff, and they gave the winnings and all that. Okay, cool. So he won. Johnny wasn't there. He was in the UK on a rock tour with Beck, and Amber. I was gonna say Amanda. Amber Heard was in there with her lawyers. Johnny's team was there, but he was not required to be there.
Yep.
Because it's a civil case, not a criminal case.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was kind of interesting just sitting there listening to the verdict and all that other stuff, and it was like, okay, on this we count this, and this we count this. This is the damages we give. It's like, okay. And then it's listening to all the commentary afterwards. It's like, okay, what are they going to do? Fucking Elaine decides to go on every fucking talk show and say that it's rigged. She's acting like Donald Trump.
Yeah, fucking.
One of her attorneys is Elaine. What's her face?
Yeah. But who is that fucking like D-list comedian?
Oh, Kathy Griffin.
Yeah.
The one that I mentioned. Yeah, Kathy Griffin is basically saying that Johnny Depp, it basically looks like Donald Trump.
Yeah.
And she was like, I'm sorry, he looks nothing like Donald Trump. Are you just trying to stay fucking relevant with your old content?
Yeah, she was like basically making fun of Johnny Depp's appearance because Johnny Depp is 54 years old. And basically saying like oh, you can tell he aged. It's like, yeah, no fucking shit. The dude's 54 years old going through one of the most stressful points of his life. That'll put on some years. So yeah, no, he does not look like he did whenever he was on 21 Jump Street. If you think that he should, you're a fucking moron. Which, by the way, Kathy Griffin is 60 some odd years old. Looks like she's in her fucking 80s. So if you want to play that game, there you go.
Yeah, and she's known for her bad taste jokes anyway.
Yeah.
She was effectively canceled back in 2019. I believe, when she did the whole severed head Trump mask with ketchup thing.
Mm-hmm.
And she's a big anti-Trump person. And well, yes, I can understand being anti-Trump, but that's a little bit too far.
Yeah, me and you both don't like Trump. I think the dude is fucking crazy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the thing is, was that she actually has a whole documentary about how she was supposedly harassed by like Secret Service and all these other things, and gotten death threats, and because supposedly that was counted as a threat to the president.
Yeah,
and it's like even though he wasn't elected yet, it was a threat to the president after the fact, pretty much. And,
well, he was still active president at that moment.
Yeah.
So it would have been considered.
Yeah, I say they just considered it a threat, which is like, okay, well, it's still stupid. And then she blames all of it on her career downfall, which she didn't have much of a career to begin with. She was the second.
She was always on the D list.
Yeah, she was always on the D list to start with. She's trying to climb back up to it. She was effectively canceled because of that joke. But she blames Donald Trump and the Trump-Republicans and the patriarchy. It's like, oh, great, she's an anti-Trump and a feminist. Okay.
Well, not necessarily a feminist, but we've talked about this before.
There's a specific sect of feminism.
It's the outrage culture, feminazi stereotype, the Anita Sarkeesians of the world, the
ones that don't take any accountability for their own actions.
Yeah, the crazy ass individuals that think that everything in life is a fight between male and female. Me myself, I'm very much for women's rights, of course. I mentioned that many times to the guys that I'm very against the push for abortion to be made illegal federally. Here in my state, it has been made illegal statewide. I'm very against it. It's not up to us what a woman does.
Yeah, I mean, if fair to be fair, that should make also if abortions, then vasectomy should be mandatory. So
you mean optional,
or basically it's one of those things where they should be performed by the same group, Planned Parenthood type thing. And Planned Parenthood has had a bad name for quite a while for no good reason. They actually help a lot more people than they harm, and a lot of the anti-abortion people will stake out Planned Parenthood as like they do a lot more than just abortions, and hospitals do more abortions than Planned Parenthoods do.
Yeah, they do.
Sticking out. Yeah.
Yeah, no, and on the Johnny Depp side, I mean, like what the fuck is that? This shitty attack against his appearance.
Yeah, it's she doesn't have anything to go on and nothing to stand on, so she has to go off of the content that she already has, which was he looks like a Trump, blah blah blah. It's like, or basically, what was it? The tan skin, the orange skin. It's like he doesn't look like he has fucking orange skin. Well, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. At least not like Trump does. Trump likes a fucking tangerine half the fucking time.
Yeah, no, Johnny Depp is like naturally that color. He's like his skin is actually lightened as he's gotten older. He used to be real dark.
Yeah, he has a more of a Greek type skin tone.
Yeah. Kind of not necessarily the same as like The Rock. Not that because The Rock is not, but for those that don't know, The Rock is not black.
He's Samoan.
Yeah. But he's lightened considerably since his wrestling days.
or if you want to be politically correct, Polynesian American.
I don't think Samoan's offensive.
Well, yeah, Samoan is what they would call themselves, but
yeah,
Polynesian American would be the politically correct term.
I go by what whenever it comes
What
to
they want to be called. Yeah.
Yeah, if it's as long as it's not offensive, then you know I've the politically correct term for black people is African American, but I'm not gonna fucking call people African American. They may not even be from Africa.
Yeah.
They don't mind that I call them. I have a black friend that I've known for Jesus Christ since high school, so almost 10 years now. Holy crap. And he literally had told me, he was like, don't ever fucking call me an African American. He's like, I'm black.
Yeah. And it's like I have no problem with. It's like I would prefer call somebody black than African American. That's just kind of how I was raised. You can call. It's like you can call me white, I can call you black. Okay, you're not gonna fucking go out of your way to call me Caucasian.
Yeah, if you call me Caucasian, I'm gonna give you a funny look, going like, what the fuck? What'd you just call me? and then of course people go on a. Like, well, what about Asian? It's like, well, there's not really. That's all they've ever been called by is Asian. They're not from Asia, but
yeah, the only other thing to call them that except for Asian is Oriental, and that's supposedly offensive.
That is offensive.
And that's because of the whole Orient Express issue, where but that was way back in the day.
But Asian is just kind of the catch-all term for usually for the Central Asian Pacific region. The group of people that come from there: Vietnamese, Japanese, Chinese people. What else is over there?
Well, it's all the eases pretty much. In Koreans.
Yeah.
It basically, it's a lot of almost all the eases and the Koreans are all fall under that spectrum.
Yeah.
And it's just easier to say Asian because it's really hard for white people to tell them apart in characteristics.
Some white people.
Yeah.
There are definitely some things that you can definitely that if you so I'm a real big fan of Korean TV shows, and so because I've gotten so used to seeing Korean people, you start seeing differences between them. So I can definitely same with Japanese people because we've been saturated with Japanese content here in America very frequently recently. So I can tell a Japanese person and a Korean person apart. I could not tell a Vietnamese person and a Chinese person apart. Simply, I've been saturated by their culture, or like I don't know if they make movies or TV shows. I bet they probably do. I just haven't seen them.
Or you can watch a whole bunch of kung fu movies, and that cover most of your Chinese. The Korean beauty standards, oh my god.
Korean people are beautiful.
Oh yeah. Korean ladies especially.
Oh yeah.
It's like, oh my god. It's like how they definitely stand above American women in beauty standards. And I'm sitting here like, how the heck? They must be really concentrating all that energy on.
Yeah, Korean people, particularly, especially Korean women, have this very I don't know really how to describe this very refined, like clean cut type deal. It's the reason why in Squid Game, have you seen Squid Game?
So, I have not seen. I've seen clips, but that's it. I haven't actually watched Squid Game.
I guarantee everybody who's watching this probably has seen Squid Game. It was huge. So that little show, that show called Squid Game that nobody watched. But the women in there, I noticed that even the one woman who was in her 50s or something, who's playing, they're all very beautiful, like extremely so. And even the men, that like Korean men, like you can tell they're very put together, very handsome looking individuals. Like they don't look, even whenever they had, like, for instance, that he grows like a long beard and stuff, but it looks very clean. It's just something about the Korean beauty standard that they're just naturally beautiful people.
Well, it's also with and I think it's just Asian in general. Where they have this where they're really, really pretty, really handsome until like 70 years old, and then they instantly turn into grandma and grandpa,
and then they
shrink by a foot,
and then you look at them and you're like, oh, look at the old person.
Yeah, it's this is a comic meme that Asian people will do all the time. Basically, it's like 70th birthday. It's like your hair will suddenly shrivel up and turn gray. You'll shrink by a foot. You'll get your wrinkles, and it's like poof, it's instant.
Yeah.
Like the next day, it's like, what happened? I turned 70.
Yep, I
turned 80. But of course, some of the longest lived people in the world are Asian. So.
Oh yeah, yeah. I think the same, and then of course with black people, they age like fine wine, as well. The freaking like Samuel Jackson's in his, I think he's in his 70s now.
Mm-hmm.
Dude is like, looks like he's in his mid 40s. I'm like, I hope I look that good when I'm that old, but I won't. White people age like cottage cheese. We really do.
No, we just curdle. What's his name? The other one, the guy who plays God all the time.
Morgan Freeman. Morgan Freeman's always had. Oh, it just had
he's always looked old.
Yeah, even when he was younger, he's just had old. He's just had that old look.
Yeah, I mean, now that he actually has gray hair, so he actually looks old, but he's always had that old look to him, even 30 years ago when he was making movies and such.
Yeah, like Shawshank Redemption. I think he was in his like late 30s, early 40s in that movie.
Yeah. He always plays like the wise old man type.
Yeah.
And he fits that role pretty well.
But yeah.
There are other actors who, I mean, was it the Dwayne Johnson, The Rock? He's 50 now, I think.
Yeah.
Well, he's still fit as hell, but he keeps himself in shape. He's still doing movies and shit.
Yeah, dude doesn't look a day over 30.
Yeah, I mean, you can see a little bit in his face where he's.
It's particularly his eyes.
Yeah,
because one of the major things is that you get wrinkles around your eyes as you get older. But I mean, whenever you compare, look at my fucking eyes. I already have wrinkles all around them, and I'm half the age of The Rock. Mm-hmm. So yeah, the dude doesn't look a day over 30.
Yeah, so he aged pretty well. And I think that's also part of. I mean, Polynesian is technically Asian.
Yeah.
It's technically Asian. It's very much. It's the islanders.
It's not the central. It's not this part of the Central Asian Pacific.
Yeah, it's southeastern Asian.
Yeah,
I think it is. The islands over there is also Malaysia and all the other stuff's over there. But
the Asian countries where they don't look Asian, for lack of a better term.
Yeah, Asian is very, very specific. When we say Asian, we say we're talking about
We're talking. We're like
The
I
eases,
said.
pretty much. Yeah, the eases in Korean.
Well, we're specifically talking about the central, and it's an actual region, guys. The Central Asian Pacific region. It's where that collection of countries are.
And then there's
North Asia is more like
Russia. North Asia is Russia.
And India.
No, that's South Asia.
Is India South Asia?
India is South Asia. Almost all of South Asia is India.
Oh, okay. I think I got my sides flipped.
Yeah. North Asia is almost all Russia. It's there, like the top half of Asia is Russia.
Mm-hmm.
And then a big chunk in the center right, like a huge chunk in the center right, is China.
Yeah, that's the Central Asian Pacific region. Area.
Yeah, then you have all the stands, which were at one point part of the USSR, which are no longer a part of that. That all dissolved in the 1990s. So Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, all those stands were in there. And then it slowly bleeds over to the Middle East and Europe that way. But there's a lot more in all the stands area. There's a lot more white.
Yeah.
In that area. So a lot of that European has bled east into that, as well as up into Russia, while China is very inclusive or very exclusive. They are very, well, I don't like to say racist, but they're kind of xenophobic. They do not like outsiders. Anybody that's not Chinese or anybody who's not Asian like they are, they do not like.
They don't like Japanese people.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's a difference between racism and xenophobia. Xenophobia is specifically the dislike of outsiders, whereas racism is specifically a hatred towards a specific race. So xenophobia is more of like just hating everybody. Which people kind of suck. So I can sort of I can sort of see it, but not for that reason. People just kind of suck. So I'm people phobia. I have people phobia.
Yeah, it's like I think China already has that xenophobic feel to it. It really has a no outsiders kind of.
And Japan is also kind of xenophobic.
Not nearly as bad as China, but it is in different ways, I think.
It's a lot of the older generation, really.
I think that's happening with a lot of stuff. I mean, even here in America, where the younger generation is a lot more adaptable.
Well, accepting is the best word.
Accepting of change, which that happens every generation. The newer generation comes in to try to make changes. The older generation says, not until we pull it out of our cold, dead hands, and we have to wait until they die for the changes to be made, which is what we're waiting for now with Congress.
Oh man, but yeah, anyway, back to the Amber Heard. So you had mentioned some of the information that had come out afterwards. Amber Heard's sister, what is her first name?
Whitney
Henriquez, or however you say it. Definitely a marriage name. You can tell.
Yeah, that's her husband's name.
I'm sorry, but a blonde white woman does not have the last name of Henriquez. But apparently there was some evidence, video of Amber Heard physically assaulting her and throwing wine at her or something.
Yeah, it's not necessarily throwing wine at her. She was supposed to be, and her and Amber were supposed to be part of a reality show series.
Mhm.
It never made it to air. But basically, I guess one of her friends or the producer or something that was there, maybe one of the other people that was there with them, she was asking like how Whitney got the bruises and stuff on her, and she said that Amber did it. And he says, and she straight up says, like, you could kick Amber's ass, right? She's like, yeah, she just never fights back. She just never fought back.
Mm.
And so that just precludes that she's always been beat up by Amber, and always been abused by Amber, and she's learned to never fight back. Her what was it? One of the people that actually testified in the video.
Mhm.
I can't remember what they're called, but one of the video ones actually testified on Whitney's thing, where because Whitney was living with her for quite a long time, back and forth, and she straight up said that Amber had beat her up. Amber is the one who tried to throw her down the stairs and stuff like that, and said it wasn't Johnny, it was Amber that tried to do that. And this is basically, it counteracts Whitney's testimony, saying that it was Johnny that was all the problem, blah blah blah. She had testified that Whitney had told her that she was worried that Amber was going to kill him, Amber was going to hurt him, type thing. It was where he was the meek one, and she was the one that doing all the damage, and it's like that completely counteracted Amber Heard's testimony.
Yeah,
because it was something that basically was like it was kind of like a third party thing, but it was from Whitney's mouth, and she was actually there for half the stuff. She actually liked Johnny, and you saw that. And if you saw Whitney at the court while she was sitting on Amber's side, she looked pissed off the whole time. She looked like she was angry. She was disheveled. It's like she didn't want to be there.
I would not be surprised if Amber's threatening her to take her side, because even afterwards she's still like kind of standing for Amber.
Yeah.
But I mean, it lines up perfectly with everything we've heard from other witnesses.
Witnesses.
Witnesses. Witnesses that, Johnny is not confrontational at all, apparently.
Yeah.
And that he's just a guy with issues, like many of us. And
he's had alcohol and drug addiction problems, which sure, that's fine.
That's
but
whatever.
Like you said, he was never a mean drunk. He was a quiet drunk, and he'd get the hell out of there. He'd get away from people if he thought he was going to have a problem. He never had anger issues. None of his previous spouses or relationships or whatever had any problem with him being violent. So it coming out of nowhere in one of the shortest relationships he's ever had, maybe second or third short or something like that. Kate Moss was only a few weeks.
That was more of a fling, type deal, which we all have those.
Yeah, but her coming up and saying, "Nope, he didn't push me down the stairs. I fell. He never pushed me. He never kicked me. He never anything." And basically that was the whole like, okay.
We're talking about Johnny Depp here, not Dan Bilzerian.
Yeah, it's and I am honestly surprised in all the fallout that Rottenborn has not come out and said something. It's been Elaine saying something. I mean, I guess it's for the whole women's rights, blah blah blah, Me Too stuff, where she was trying to push that angle, where it's like this is a
But there's
Or
no
she's trying-
other two, and that's the problem. Amber is still trying to leverage the hashtag Me Too movement, but there's no other two. There's no
Yeah,
other two.
Yeah, there's no two for that. It was just a hashtag me, and it was and it was all about hashtag me and the problem. And she married Johnny Depp for the money.
Yeah,
It's pretty much a given that she married Johnny
she
Depp.
probably would not have gotten her role in Aquaman without him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and she did get booted out finally of Aquaman 2. She finally got fully cut. No, I think she dies at the beginning. If I remember what the article said right. She dies in childbirth. So they're killing off the character. So they don't have to recast it. They don't have to worry about that part. And that just makes a simple-ish solution to that, and they can introduce a new love interest for Jason. What's his fuss?
Jason Momoa,
Momoa.
Aquaman.
Jason Momoa.
Which Jason Momoa is kind of a piece of shit too, but that's a different story.
I heard that he's a little bit challenging to work with.
Not only that, he like attacked Chris Pratt, like one of the sweetest people in the film industry, Chris Pratt, for like an advertisement that he did, where it was like some sports advertisement where he was holding a one of the one-time use plastic bottles, basically going on a fucking rant, going, why are you using a plastic bottle instead of a reusable bottle? It's like probably because the team that actually did the sports ad gave him a plastic bottle.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, I mean, Chris Pratt being the fucking like just holy, or just like a wholesome man that he is, sweet, massive sweetheart. He responded to Jason Momoa going, "Oh yeah, I usually use reusable bottles, but I just couldn't figure out what to do with my hands."
Mm-hmm.
Like, huge fucking sweetheart kind of guy.
Yeah, I mean, he's the one who I think it's Chris Pratt, who's the one who plays Star-Lord.
Yeah, he's Star-Lord.
Yeah, I don't think he has a part in the DC side yet.
Well, that's a Marvel franchise.
Yeah, I don't think he has a part in this DC side.
Yeah,
because sometimes they have dual casting where one has one plays one character in Marvel, one
Ryan Reynolds.
Yeah, but he hasn't. Yeah, unfortunately, Green Lantern.
Deadpool shoots Ryan Reynolds before taking Green Lantern in Deadpool 2. Oh boy, that's great.
So wasn't it Chris? Was it Chris Pratt or Ryan Reynolds who's played multiple different Marvel characters?
I think Chris Pratt's only played Star-Lord.
Okay, because I know who was it that played Johnny Blaze? Not Johnny Blaze.
No, it is Ryan.
Torch.
It is
Ryan Reynolds.
Johnny Torch's what's the dude's name? Captain America.
Chris Evans.
Yes. But no, it is Ryan Reynolds, because Ryan Reynolds also played a character in Blade. Blade Trinity.
Oh, he played the villain in that. Yeah, he just snipes. That was not technically a Marvel property at that point in time. He did play a Marvel character that was not technically a Marvel property.
But but he technically was playing a Marvel character.
Yeah.
Even if it's not a Marvel, I think it's not a Marvel property now again. But even if it was a Marvel
Midnight
property,
Suns proved that. Midnight Suns has Blade in it, so yeah, they've proved that they're bringing Blade back to Marvel.
But
or at least using him again.
But even if it wasn't a Marvel property back in like the 90s, whenever those movies were made, it was still a Marvel character.
And of course, they're never going to use Wesley Snipes again, for
Because
multiple reasons.
He didn't pay his taxes.
Well, not only that, he was a shit. Not so much a shit actor, but he was a pain in the ass to work with. He would not take instruction.
Oh yeah.
If you watched any of the things or listened to any things about people who've worked with him in movies, he would not take direction. He would do whatever the hell he wants. He's like Bruce Willis that way.
The major difference with Bruce Willis, though, is that Bruce Willis actually can't hear. He's actually 2/3 partially deaf. So he actually, I guarantee you, what moreover it is that people tell him to do stuff, he just so that he doesn't have to like ask them to repeat it, because that's a problem in the industry. He kind of just probably nods his head and then just does what he thinks that they want him to do more than anything. Because whenever he was shooting Die Hard, he had actually lost his hearing due to the explosions and, you know, gunfire and like these close quarters ranges. Because back then they had to use live ammunition, a lot, which they still do, which is stupid considering the fact that we, you know, have progressed in special effects technologies. That's not really too hard to fake.
Well, I mean, it's like what's his name? Who was it? There was
one of the bald ones. I think maybe Alec Baldwin.
Recently. Yeah, it was. I think it was Alec Baldwin. He was in a Western show.
Yeah.
Or a Western film, and he was doing basically a quick draw and accidentally fired
because the weapon was hot.
It had a quote blank in it, but it still was enough to kill somebody.
Mm-hmm.
Because they were still within the path of whatever it was in it.
Well, the thing about blanks is that they still eject gas. They still create quite a lot of it. The muzzle flash that you typically see is actually an explosion. It's like a miniature explosion. It's the reason why it's the reason why the gun is so loud, or shooting something is so loud. It's a miniature explosion. So if you're within, you know, X range, that's gonna hurt and kill. It can kill you. Oh
yeah, I've seen videos on like overpacked bullets where the muzzle flashes are huge and stuff like that, and
hot rounds.
Where they make or where they make blanks specifically to have huge muzzle flashes.
Yeah, I just don't. I mean, I showed Sai that. Hang on, let me grab it.
Yeah. Instantly demonetized.
This is. I don't fucking care. We talked about suicide and firearms and got real graphic with suicide. If demonetization is gonna happen, it's gonna happen. I already explained this in one of the other podcasts. I'm not a fucking pussy. If I'm gonna talk about this stuff, I'm not gonna fucking blur shit out and, you know, dip the audio. And if we want to talk about serious subjects, talk about serious subjects. Don't be a fucking wimp. And because you don't want to get demonetized, fuck that shit.
Yeah, I know. Saying is like if all that didn't get us demonetized, that's what. Oh my god, a gun! Ah! Like some fucking triggered person. It's like, oh my god, a gun! Ah!
But this is a gas blowback, or technically a BB gun. So it has CO2 right here in the magazine. This one is a rotary, so you put the BBs inside of here and fire. But you can actually fire these things unloaded. And I'm gonna do it once. It's loud. It's very, very loud.
Well, loud for you, but if it's off axis, we won't hear it.
Well, they'll still hear it. You won't hear it. But it is extremely loud, and it cocks the hammer back, and if you probably saw the slide fly forward like that. Very, very, very loud. But it looks real. Like you probably saw a little bit of CO2 come out of the top there.
Yeah, this that thing with the, and I think they're still trying to figure out if he's liable for it or not, because of they didn't know if he was the one who handled the gun last, if it was this prop person that's for fault, if it was somebody else came on the set and maybe put something in there or adjusted it or moved the bullets around, didn't put things back. Maybe an intern didn't put things back the correct way.
Well, it's that the prop master definitely has to be dinged for that, because it's up to the prop master to determine whether a firearm is hot or cold. But the thing that I just don't get about it is, like, that was maybe $50 for that. It looks fake because it has like a gold painting on it. But I have like others that look incredibly real. That I'm using for Bad Game Sunday. Channel link in the description. But you know, it's one of those things like we shouldn't have to use. I think the best one to mention is John Wick, where they use plugged firearms with blanks loaded in them, cold blanks technically, just enough to get the slide to fly back, and that's all they have ever used, unless it's like a close up of the camera, which I think they usually just use. Usually, whenever it's a close up or something, they'll just have a camera with like this telescopic lens, and they'll have the actor fire it. But Keanu is actually very trained on gun safety as well. If you've ever seen him, the famous video of him at the range. Dude is seriously like skilled and understands firearms very well, but very off topic.
I was going to say that Alec Baldwin is too. He's used guns in many movies. So
yeah, but using firearms,
he knows gun safety.
Using firearms in a film is not the like. Keanu was actually at the range firing live rounds.
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't know if Alec Baldwin ever did that, but honestly, I know that he's used them in movies. He should know at least the movie safety of don't point it at people.
Well, no, that's the entire thing of. Yes, he's an idiot, but I think it's not just him. He's not the only person to blame in that situation. I think that moreover that he's to blame because he's just stupid. But the prop master is to blame for the failure that occurred.
Right, that makes sense.
Yeah, Alec Baldwin's problem is that he's just dumb.
Right, Alec Baldwin's problem is he's Alec Baldwin.
He's just stupid. He's just a dumbass. That's his problem. But yeah, I just back on topic.
What topic were we on again?
Oh, we were talking about Jason Momoa, and we got veered off. But if we're talking about like Amber Heard's acting career, it's over, and I think Johnny Depp's is gonna now return.
Maybe in a different way, because he already said that he's not doing Pirates of the Caribbean 6, even if it's offered. Probably not going to be going back to the Grindelwald series.
You mean Fantastic Beasts?
Yeah.
Playing Grindelwald.
Yeah, he's not going to be doing that anymore, even though...
I can't blame him.
I think that series is already over, pretty much anyway, just because his last movie, I think, took care of it. The Secret of Dumbledore, I think, took care of the whole rest of the storyline for that.
I mean, I can't really blame him, because honestly, I mean, these... and I even said at that time, whenever it happened, I was just like... Because I've been a massive fan of Johnny Depp for a very, very long time. I mean, like whenever the first Pirates of the Caribbean came out, I was a kid. Like I wasn't like in high school. I was an actual kid. Because that was like 2001, something like that.
I watched his earlier stuff. I watched Edward Scissorhands and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, I've watched Edward. I wasn't. I think it was Edward Scissorhands 1999.
And
Was it
I know it was
94?
90s. Yeah.
It,
I am pulling them. I could pull up an IMDb.
but I ended up watching Edward Scissorhands after the fact. I didn't see it in theaters or anything like that.
Yeah.
Because I was either too young to have seen it in theaters or I wasn't even alive.
Let's see here. Edward Scissorhands.
But
90.
like on the dot.
Yep, 1990.
Yeah, I was definitely not alive at that point.
Yeah, that was just after 21 Jump Street ended.
Yeah. Him and Tim Burton had a long career together.
Well, they still do. Almost everything Tim Burton makes, Johnny Depp is in. Sleepy Hollow was really good.
Oh yeah. But I mean, I can't really blame him for not wanting to go back to these people that, you know, the second that he got accused, they just went bye.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm sorry. Whenever it first happened, I immediately was just kind of like, this doesn't all add up, because everything that I've heard about Johnny Depp, Kevin Smith has also worked with Johnny Depp. And
multiple. Yeah, he has the Great North Trilogy, which he still hasn't finished the third movie yet.
Jaws.
Moose Jaws. Yeah, he hasn't done that one yet. He has him in Tusk and Yoga Hosers.
Mm-hmm.
As Guy Lapointe.
And
he's just a fun character in that. He's actually, the only reason he's friends with them is because their daughters are good friends from school.
Very good friends.
Yeah. Lily Rose Depp and I can't remember.
Harley Quinn.
Yeah, Harley Quinn Smith. Are really good friends in real life. So they were in a whole bunch. They both were in Yoga Hosers. They were the main characters in Yoga Hosers, in fact, or main actors in Yoga Hosers. So they had, so it kind of shows off their friendship and the banter that they typically go through and stuff. And
yeah, it's but even Kevin Smith even has stated in multiple times that, you know, Johnny Depp's like one of the sweetest people he's ever met. And of course, if this would have happened at some point, Lily Rose Depp would have said something in regards to, you know, he's a piece of shit. I mean, whenever that whole thing with Amber Heard happened, I was like, I was just kind of like, I didn't feel like something was right, because there were just too many people in Depp's life that would have spoken out, that would have said something prior to this.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, I don't know Lily Rose Depp personally, but she seems like, if she's friends with Harley's a very outspoken person. Which we know, because we know from Kevin Smith that he encouraged her to be very, I don't want to say loud, but, you know, have a voice. And if she's friends with it, I have a feeling that Lily's probably, you know, also somewhat outspoken and would not sit idly by while her father acts like a piece of shit. Which I don't remember who Lily's mother is. I think it wasn't the lady that Depp was with prior to Amber.
Yeah, it was
the one that ended up going back to France.
Yeah, I think it was a mutual separation.
Yeah. Because she had like a career in France, and
Mhm.
he so basically prior to Amber, Johnny Depp had I mentioned this in the first one because I think that I genuinely believe that Johnny Depp probably is still in love with her. She was like a model or something in France.
Lori Allison, it looks like, is the previous wife.
Or either France or Italy, one of the two.
Artist Vanessa Paradis, possibly.
Yeah.
Let me
But
look.
it like a model.
Vanessa Paradis is Lily Rose's and Jack's mom.
Okay. But yeah, like a model from France, Italy, something like that.
France.
And I think he was like shooting something in France, and they had met, and as the story goes, fell in love and moved back to the States. But she didn't really have a career here. She wasn't known here, which makes sense. Models typically aren't known outside of their home state or home country. It's very rare that they get notoriety outside of it. So I think eventually she just wanted to go back to her career, and he couldn't go back to France because he needed to stay in the States to keep filming, keep doing his job. So they ended up separating, nothing too boisterous about that. And I think that he probably still does love her, and probably married Amber out of just feeling lonely, which, that's sad. That's a sad story in itself. And if Amber wasn't such a piece of shit, I'd maybe feel bad for her in that regard, because it's one of those situations where nobody's really the bad guy. It's just a sad situation. But she is a piece of shit, so I don't feel that bad for her.
I think she probably, and I think we've already said this, if she pulled this on somebody probably younger that didn't have a good track record of treating people well, and basically for him, it would have had to come literally out of nowhere, just for her, because nobody else has ever experienced anything like that from Johnny Depp, and nobody else had seen it. Nobody else had anything. So basically, it was all her. Basically. Yeah,
the biggest thing is that he has his own. Like you said, he has was an alcoholic. I think he's recovering now, thankfully. And he had issues with his drug problems, which I think he's also recovering from that. But I mean,
Amber Heard isn't. She took that bump of whatever it was during the fucking speech.
My dog stepped on a bee.
Well, not only that, no, she was doing the sniffle that she was like take like a sniff of coke or something during the.
No, that's why she was acting.
That's
why she was acting like that. She's fucking high. My dog stepped on a bee.
Oh, you probably like, God. Yeah, I saw you would do. God damn it! When I sent you that thing in.
Yeah.
Because of the Star Wars memes and all that shit.
She generally just did not do good acting. That was really bad. But yeah, I mean, I agree. If it was somebody like my age, maybe even your age, that she had pulled that on, because I mean, you're closer in age to her than Johnny is.
Yeah.
Because that would be.
Actually, I think she's probably around my same age, maybe a little bit younger.
She's 36.
Okay, so yeah, she's still a bit younger. She's about a year and a half younger than me.
I was trying to do the math because I know what year you were born, but I'm like, I'm not good with numbers, so that's hard math.
Yeah, she's about a year and a half younger than I am.
Okay. So yeah, so like maybe even to you,
Mm.
it would maybe work. Definitely somebody my age,
Yeah.
because I'm quite a bit younger than her. But somebody Johnny Depp's age who's had a career as long as him, because he did 21 Jump Street in the 80s when he was like 18 or something, maybe 19. So he's had a 30 plus year career, and not only that, he's in his mid 50s actually, and been through multiple marriages, multiple girlfriends, multiple flings, has 2 kids. There would have been something at this point with him. There's just no possible way that there wouldn't have.
I am just waiting for the ACLU to go after Amber now because she basically lied about everything.
Oh man. Yeah.
Because they have to keep their good name now.
Yeah.
They backed her up on this, and it's like, oh, they found out she lied about everything. And they're
3 counts of defamation.
Yeah. Yeah, the only problem is they're not going to go after her for defamation.
No, the fact that she lied and they backed her.
They're just saying the court's never going to go after her for defamation. They're not going to go after either for drug use or alcohol use or anything like that.
Oh no.
It's basically a lost cause at that point. There's no point in going
just
after
the verdict.
him
Just the verdict. She got 3 counts of defamation, which is how it netted him $8 million. He won $10 million, but netted 8. It was for 3 counts of defamation. So she lied on multiple accounts.
Yeah. Well, and the fact that she did the whole like where I was like, I pledged. Pledge is not donated, and Camille Vasquez did the same fucking thing. Pledge is not donated. It's like I pledged this amount to the Children's Hospital and the ACLU. Well, the ACLU's only gotten $250,000 from her, and the Children's Hospital's only gotten $250,000 from her. And okay, so that's about 8% of what her obligation was.
And speaking of Camille Vasquez, did you hear that she actually made partner with her firm?
Yeah, I heard about that.
After that, which.
Oh yeah, there was there's actually a female Stanford professor who says that Camille Vasquez is basically one of the worst kinds of lawyers because she bowed down to men and blah blah blah. It's like, all she was doing is her fucking job, right?
Bow down to men. Saved a innocent man from being guilty. Bows down to men.
Yeah.
There's not a connect. I don't see the correlation here.
Not to mention, she'd actively antagonize Rottenborn. Then again, that was not that hard.
But yeah, like seriously, I mean, she definitely deserves it. Camille was far better than anybody on Amber's team. Amber's team was gutter trash.
Yeah. And I hated how they would constantly go to you want your 15 minutes of fame, huh? You want your 15 minutes of fame, huh? Johnny Depp's famous, so you came out of the woodwork to defend him because you want 15 minutes of fame. Like, okay, you're defending Amber Heard because...
You want your 15 minutes of fame, huh? Not only that,
I think she probably rock bottomed her own career too. Elaine probably did, and Rottenborn's both of their careers are probably hurt really badly right now because they lost. They took a case because their client lied to them. because I'm not saying that they didn't do anything. They didn't do their fight in good faith. But they probably didn't have all of the evidence required.
So
And I'm sitting here like, okay, if there were medical records, and Elaine keeps saying, yeah, there were medical records and they were suppressed. That would be a huge, huge thing that the judge would have allowed if there were actual medical records for the damages that she had, like physical damages and photos and all the other stuff. And there would be no reason to suppress that unless the judge was actively favoring Johnny Depp, which she wasn't.
So I am going to say that they didn't do it in good faith because that's my opinion. I'm not objectively stating it as a fact. So therefore, guess what? That's not defamation or libel. Whenever you're stating an opinion, it's not defamation or libel. So I don't think that they were acting in good faith. Just the fact that they constantly had this like shitty 10-year-old way of defending. They kept going after Johnny Depp about the alcohol and drug abuse, which is like your own client admitted at the start, by the way, to do the same thing, sometimes even worse, because she took hallucinogens on top of it, on top of the other stuff, which, by the way, hallucinogens can actually make people get very violent. You're
talking like PCP type thing, but yeah.
Well, no, they just it causes you to hallucinate, so not necessarily violent in the way of, like PCP does, but people freak out on hallucinogens and get violent because they're freaking out.
Yeah, it's like I believe there were Amber's thing was mushrooms and alcohol. They both had ecstasy once, I think, during the relationship. Johnny liked his coke and alcohol, and apparently MDMA, whatever the hell that is.
MDMA, I know the term. Hang on. That's Molly, or X,
Molly.
or X.
Okay, that is ecstasy. Okay, well, kind of, sort of. Molly and ecstasy are slightly different.
So it's in
the same family.
Yeah, MDMA is a catch-all term for both of those. So he probably did Molly more than anything.
Yeah, Molly is the newer version of it, but it's basically the same thing. There is I don't know what it is, but I know that it exists. There is a drug that will make the effects of all of the other drugs last longer, but I can't remember what it's called. I don't think he used that, but I know it exists.
Yeah. Yeah, his big thing was mostly the cocaine. And I think they both
smoked
kind of
weed. Weird to take with alcohol, because alcohol is a huge downer. Cocaine is a huge upper. You just kind of end up in the middle here. You have the extreme of both, where you were like, yay, thump, and fall over passed out.
I guarantee what probably it is that, so Johnny Depp is actually confirmed to have clinical depression because of what happened with his mother and father. And speaking again from personal experience, when you have depression, you have highs and lows. And sometimes the highs feel pretty bad, almost as bad as the lows. So I guarantee he probably drank alcohol whenever he was having a high and felt really bad to calm himself down, and took coke whenever he was at a low to make himself feel better, to pump himself back up.
So basically he was self-medicating.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, and of course the whole thing where she did this ambush restraining order divorce thing the day after, his mom died. That was like the scummiest move I could ever
Yeah.
hear. And that was like, you could tell just from that piece of information, you could tell she's the villain in the story.
Yeah, she's just not a good. She's not a good person, and I know ever since this case first went public in like 2014 or something, whenever the initial thing happened, like I said, I always knew something was off, and the more and more stuff that started coming out even back in 2019 when it started really blowing up, I immediately went on Johnny's side. I was just like, even from the beginning, I was like, because I'm just like, there's no witnesses to this event.
Yeah.
And I don't think it was actually, I think 2014 was like the first instance or something, because they separated in like 2016 or early 2017. But I think that was the first instance. But there was, in 2019, there was just nothing backing Amber's case. And there's still been nothing just backing Amber's case besides a possibly false, actually very likely false, like medical report that she had come in with black eye or like bruises and shit, that the doctor even said looked self-inflicted.
Yeah. Well, what was it? There's two occasions that they know of where she had facial injuries. Basically, they had pictures. One was the one just before she went on a show live, and the makeup artist even said, yeah, they had to do a red enough shade to be able to match the basically busted lip type thing. Though they still believe, a lot of people still believe that was either self-inflicted or somebody else inflicted it, not Johnny. If Johnny had gone full ham on her, like she says, every time that he hit her in the face and such like that, with those rings on, she would have had lots of, not just bruises, but cuts.
She would have a lot of scars.
Yeah. And that wouldn't have been easily covered up with makeup.
Well, not only that, the other one, the second time that it happened, that was the one with the audio, where she had like, I think it was like a vodka or whiskey bottle. She had thrown it at him, and it apparently cut his finger off. I was under the impression that just apparently like cut his finger off.
It cut. Well, there's a basically just like tip,
a
corner tip of the finger. It basically it did crushing damage to it, but it was enough to catch it against something and basically split the skin open to where basically it was cut off effectively, but it was just like the tip of his finger.
But so, in the audio, you can even hear him like yelling at her, and at the very end, which is something that she tried to say that he did, she apparently flicks a cigarette at his face. He's like, and you can put your cigarette on somebody else's fucking face. Kind of deal. It's like that audio is pretty damning for Amber, because for one thing, she said that he put the cigarette out on her face, and that he had broken that bottle, and that he had beat her. I think that was the one that she was like wearing a towel or something, or like some sort of thin thing, and he like ripped it off of her and started beating her before breaking the bottle. And that was the one where the doctor had come to take care of Johnny, because now he's bleeding, of course, and he has possibly a pock mark on his face from the cigarette.
Well, and the thing is, the picture that the we actually do have picture evidence of one, his hand, and two, of him in a hospital stretcher after the incident.
Mm-hmm.
So it's very likely that she beat the hell out of him. It's like, wait a minute, she didn't go to the hospital with damages. He did.
Well, that's the one. That's also the one where the doctor said, because she, whenever the doctor got there, she was like, "Well, what about me? What about me?" And the doctor basically turned to her and said, "We have to take care of him first." And the doctor had said that all of her, like she had bruising and apparently a couple cuts on her arm, but they all looked self-inflicted. So I'm just like, whenever a medical professional tells you that, you know, this person, despite being injured, it looks like they're self-inflicted. Not only that, I'm of the opinion Johnny Depp's not a small guy. Like, dude's pretty buff. I have a very strong feeling that if he were like beating the shit out of Amber, there would not just be like you said, there would be cuts because he has is it 3 rings on his right hand?
Yeah, he wears heavy rings on both hands all the time.
Yeah, I can't remember. Is it 3 or 4 that are on his right hand?
It's usually 3. It's the first 3 fingers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the first 3 fingers he has the ring, and usually doesn't have a ring here. But every time I was seeing him in court, I just saw him have the rings here, and even in court, he would wear the rings.
Yeah. And like you said, there would be, you know, cuts from those, but the dude, like I said, the dude's not small as well. If Amber's a small woman, like,
yeah,
she's I think 5'5" or something, and about as she's probably $120 soaking wet.
Makes sense.
If a man the size of Johnny beat the shit out of a woman the size of Amber, there wouldn't just be cuts and bruises. There would be broken bones in her face. Her cheek bones would be fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
Her jaw bones would be fucked up. She'd probably have lost a couple teeth too.
Well, not to mention, he accidentally smacked her in the nose once, supposedly, and she even called it an accident.
Yeah.
Where he accidentally whacked her in the nose once, and basically she said that he broke her nose and had a nosebleed and stuff. Next day, they were out in public, no swelling, no injury, anything like that, or no obvious, like no black eyes, nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And she says it's a wonder of makeup, blah blah blah. It's like,
and makeup can't fix a broken nose.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, you can hide the and ice will only hold the swelling down for so long.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, you can ice it down to negate the swelling for a little bit, but after a few hours, that's going to come back.
If it was an accidental hit, I wouldn't be surprised if there was a nosebleed. It's very easy to make your nose bleed. There's a lot of capillaries up inside of your nose. That's why it's so easy to. I've freaking nailed a wall before and managed to get my nose. I've been accidentally elbowed by a couple of my friends and my nose starts bleeding. I would not be surprised if her nose did start bleeding. Broken, that's a different story. It's a little harder to break the nose. It's not too terribly hard because the nose is mostly cartilage. But you would have to hit purposely pretty hard.
Yeah.
So the nosebleed probably happened. I would not be surprised, especially if it was an accident. But a broken nose, no, there would be swelling. There'd be shit that would just be telltale signs.
Yeah, and like it wouldn't just be like it wouldn't just be like swelling or anything like that. You would, and especially if he was like purposely doing it, like bashed her in the nose with rings on, you would have like the way you see in movies, like the cuts along the nose where the flesh ripped.
Yep. And
when you have a piece of metal hitting you in the face, the flesh is going to rip.
Yeah. Well, the skin on the face is thinner than most the rest of your body. You can get hit in the chest, and the flesh probably won't actually rip if you have rings on. Not unless they're sharp rings, which I don't think his are.
No, they look pretty blunt.
Yeah. But the flesh on the face is much thinner and much more prone to scratching. It's the reason why you can actually, if you're scratching yourself with your own nails, you can actually scratch your skin by accident. Because the face is a very delicate area. But yeah.
Yeah, and that's why a lot of people like I cut myself here a lot when I'm shaving. It's like, okay, this is because the skin is thinner here.
Mm-hmm. It's but yeah, and I guarantee you, more than likely, would probably happen. It's something that I guarantee you we can all say has happened to us. He was probably doing something. She was probably standing behind him. He got up, and one of these happened right into her nose. Which I've had that happen to me. Like I said, a couple of my friends, will be doing something and all of a sudden it's just boop. It's like it just kind of sucks more than anything. And occasionally, there's blood, which again there are quite a few. I learned this recently. There are quite a few capillaries up inside your nose, and they whenever you bleed, it's because they burst, and they burst easily.
Yeah, and it's one of the things is and this is something that has come to light over the trial is that Amber Heard is very antagonistic.
Yeah.
She would antagonize Johnny over and over and over, trying to provoke him.
Well, yeah, there was this
taking action. She was trying to justify making an article like this. I think she was planning this before even getting in a relationship with him. She was trying to basically do a hit piece on somebody before she
boost her own career.
Yeah, to boost her own career because she was a nothing. She was nothing before. She was in the Rum Diaries. She started coming out with like very minor stuff. But
I think her biggest
Johnny, her career wouldn't be even at the state it was before the trial.
I think her biggest role prior to Aquaman was it was a John Carpenter movie before he died. And I think that was her like most major role. But yeah, she's I would not be surprised if it was designed to boost her own career, but she did it with the wrong person.
She has she was in Pineapple Express, Zombieland. The zombie at the beginning that what's his face kills.
Room 34 or something.
Yeah, 406.
406.
That was the she was the zombie that he bashed in the head with the toilet.
You remember you remember the role that Emma Stone was supposed to play prior to playing the role that Emma Stone plays? Yeah, that's the role that Amber got. The 5-minute role.
Let's see. Yeah, she didn't really play anything big. Hell. Drive Angry.
Which was a Nicolas Cage flop.
Yeah. Machete Kills. Adderall Diaries, that was a James Franco movie.
Machete Kills was more of Danny Trejo and what's her name?
I don't know most actresses. So.
Jessica Alba.
Okay.
That was mostly Danny Trejo and Jessica Alba. I didn't even know Amber Heard was in that movie. I've seen that movie before.
Miss San Antonio. She was a bit piece.
Nice.
In that movie. Adderall Diaries, where she played with James Franco. She played Zoe. And
I didn't know she was in Pineapple Express either.
Yeah, she played Angie Anderson. I don't know the name of I don't know the character. I haven't watched Pineapple Express in forever.
Same.
Justice League, she played Mira. Aquaman. She played Mera. Zack Snyder's Justice League and the new Aquaman, which comes out next year, Mera. Other than that, other than literally Mera, she has not played a
Major.
Even though she's still a, even in Justice League and Aquaman, she's a side character.
Yeah.
She does not have a primary role in almost anything. She has co-producer in Soon the Darkness, never seen that. In Syrup, she's number 6, or she's 6. Executive producer, which I'm guessing she also acts in that one. She's in a few TVs like The Stand,
The new
Playboy
one?
Club. The Stand 2021. She's in 7 of 9 episodes.
That was such a. I didn't even know she was in that. It's so bad though. I don't recommend watching it.
She got a spotlight award for Rum Diary, which was the one that Johnny Depp was in. So Johnny Depp got it to there, and then she got a spotlight award because of that.
She owes her entire career to that man.
Pretty much.
And now that she's tried to.
She actually got a Best Ensemble for Scream Awards from Zombieland for her 5-minute.
The 5-minute role.
Yeah, for her 5-minute role. I guess it's best outfit, best ensemble. She was best dressed zombie.
She was she was supposed to be the hot neighbor.
She's best dressed zombie.
It's not really hard to get the best dressed whenever you're supposed to be the hot neighbor.
Dallas International Film
But Emma Stone
Festival.
Emma Stone is a lot better looking than her. Just saying.
Emma Stone's a lot better looking. Both the Dallas International Film Festival, she got the Dallas Star Award for herself, and Texas Film Hall of Fame. How the hell? Damn it! What the hell is with Texas?
What's the Texas Film Hall of Fame? I've never even heard of that.
She got inducted to the Texas Film Hall of Fame in, let me see, 2014.
What
by
is
Ryan
it?
Kavanaugh. It is honors Texans who have made significant contribution to film. She's a Texan apparently, as well as non-Texans who have made significant strides in the advancement of Texan film industry. Classic Texas films are also honored. Blah blah blah. Basically, it's a people who have either
Contributed to something with Texas and film.
Yeah, it's either are Texans or contributed to something from Texas that makes Texas look better. So yeah, she.
I mean, there's
was an
not a lot of
inductee in
stars
that.
out of Texas, so
Yeah.
I guess she did have a 5-minute role in Zombieland.
I think that was after the Rum Diary. Ryan Kavanaugh, don't know who the hell that is. Most of these actors in there, I have no idea who they are. Guillermo del Toro, I know him. It's kind of hard not to
In
know
Rum
him.
Diary?
No, I'm just saying, I'm looking in the list. Tommy Lee Jones was in there. I don't know if he's actually from Texas, but yeah, she's actually a Texan. She's from Austin.
I'd like to, on behalf of all Texans, disown this woman.
Lewis Black, comedian. I think he's a comedian. Yeah, he's a comedian. Carol Burnett. I'm just saying who all got nominated. There haven't been in the things for the last couple of years.
But she owes her entire career to Johnny, and now that she decided to try and cancel him, she now no longer has the career that she got because of Johnny.
Yeah, and she was saying that Johnny was trying to get her fired from, like, no, actually all of Johnny's fans are trying to get her fired from Aquaman, but Johnny himself isn't.
He doesn't give a shit.
Yeah, it's like he actually stood up for her as far as trying to keep her in the Aquaman and getting her the role and such like that. He actually talked to them and said, "Hey, she would like to play this role, and she's still interested in it and such like that." They gave her the role. She wasn't the first person, and she wasn't their first choice. I think it was his word that actually got her into the role.
Yeah, no, the only thing that Johnny has said is that he wants his career back because he's lost everything.
His career and his life. Just generally, it's been all absorbed by this instance.
Yeah, he lost his mother the day after his wife filed a restraining order against him.
Mhm.
Wrote a hit piece. He's lost his wife now.
Mhm.
And because of what his wife did, he's now lost his career. Dude is at rock bottom. But I can't help but feel sorry for him because he is at rock bottom. I mean,
yeah, and he's and I can agree a little bit as to some of the other arguments that, like, he had a tendency to show up late, type thing.
that's
like-
pretty common with drug addicts.
Not only drug addicts, but just big stars in general have a tendency to show up late.
Mm.
Because it's like you can't start until I do, until I show up. Pretty much, a lot of the big stars actually have that. So it's not just
They have
him and
poor
a lot of
time.
the others.
They have poor time management.
Yeah, that's actually more on their agent than themselves,
Mhm.
because their agent usually is the one that does their rides and such like that and gets them in place and everything. So I can understand a little bit as to, because they were saying that was part of the reason why he wasn't getting roles anymore, was because of his bad time management.
That is not the reason why.
Yeah.
If that was the reason why, that would have started happening way back in the 90s. I'm sorry, I'm just saying that. If his poor time management was a thing that was not getting him roles, that would have happened back in the 90s. It would not have happened conveniently whenever Amber Heard decided to fucking just try and excise him.
Yeah.
That's some like PR.
That was kind of a stretch. Yeah.
That's
that was a little bit of a
PR.
stretch.
That's like a PR vomit bullshit type deal. He's not getting roles because of what Amber Heard did, and companies are, fucking, I'm just going to say it, fucking wusses, and refuse to dare have to face backlash, possible backlash. But now they are facing backlash, so good job there.
Yeah. Well, and they were like, "Oh no, Amber Heard lost her thing with what was the fucking company, Suave or whatever the fuck, shampoo company, because of Johnny Depp's in the lawsuit." Like, well, she probably lost it because she was kind of a shit person and she has a bad reputation.
I didn't even
More
know she had
than-
something with Suave.
I don't know what it was like Suave, or it was some hair company, that, or hair product company that she had a deal with. It wasn't fucking Avon, because Avon is a scam.
I don't even pay attention to hair companies or hair product companies. I go to the store and I look at the shampoo aisle and I'm like, I look at what it offers and I'm like, all right, that's what I'm gonna buy. And then I look at the conditioner and I go, okay, that's what I'm gonna buy. I don't give a fuck about their
I do
advertising.
the typical man thing of, oh, it's a shampoo and a conditioner and a body wash. I will get this bottle.
Well, whenever you have long hair, you can't do the combo. You actually have to shampoo and condition separately. I did, whenever I had short hair, I did do the shampoo conditioner combo, and I usually just did whatever smelled good. Honestly, if it smelled good, I was like, it was literally shampoo and conditioner. Smells good. I'll take this one.
Yeah, there's a menthol body wash that comes from not Bed Bath and Beyond. It's Bath and Body Works. Really, I love the smell of it, so I always get that. And that's just the body wash, but there isn't any shampoo for it, so I end up having to use either Suave, which is the generic cheapo brand shampoo, or
Suave's actually a little higher up.
well, it's one of the cheapo brands. To me, I consider it a cheapo brand because it's in every store. And then there is I end up getting Old Spice shampoo because one,
You want to be like a Terry Crews? Old Spice body wash.
Old Spice body wash. Gives you
Power! I have a son. But yeah,
Yeah, I think we could do a whole episode on just Terry Crews.
man is a gift from just a gift. National
Yeah,
treasure.
Yeah, great dude. At least from all I can understand, he's a great dude. I honestly think that they would be a very perfect cast for a comedy. It'd be like Terry Crews, Jack Black, Johnny Depp, and it's like you could get a very good combination of comedians together that are basically just feel good comedians. Not Ricky Gervais. He's a little bit edgy, but
Yeah, his is more of the sort of deprecating comedy, cynical. I mean, he wrote The Office, both versions.
Mhm.
So he also knows awkward humor. Which I would say Johnny Depp kind of leans in on the kind of eccentric humor angle. Like in the Northern it's called the Northern Trilogy, right?
Yeah, the Great North Trilogy.
Great North Trilogy. The character that he plays is this very like eccentric person, and it's funny because of how odd his character is.
Yeah, Guy Lapointe is the name of the character. He is a detective looking into various things that come up, specifically with like strange science experiments gone wrong type thing. In Tusk, it was a guy doing experiments turning people into basically walruses. By doing skin grafts and stuff like that, and basically making monsters.
Which Justin Long,
Yeah, Justin Long was in it.
he becomes a walrus.
Yeah.
And it's supposed to be a scary scene too, but it's almost funny.
Yeah, I mean, his or Kevin Smith stuff is very much leans towards the comedy side of thing. No matter how, it leans towards the comedy side of thing.
Well, the scene
Yoga Hosers was a lot more comedy centric.
Yeah. But
I think Moose Jaws is going to be probably a mix of both, where it's both serious and funny.
The thing with Tusk, the scene in question is the scene where he first wakes up as a walrus and he starts like screaming, and it's supposed to be really like it's framed as being like a really scary scene. Like it's supposed to be kind of terrifying, but whenever I was watching it, I couldn't help but kind of laugh because it's this human walrus going, ah!
Yeah, it is kind of silly. Now, there are... Let's just say that Kevin Smith can do horror. He's done Vandal. Or Vulgar, I think it is.
I don't think I've
Vulgar
ever
was-
seen that.
Yeah, Vulgar was pretty bad. At least as far, not as in like it was a bad. Well, it was a bad movie, but it was a. But it was
it's
a
not
lot
a bad.
more.
It was just a bad movie.
It was really more. It actually fit more into the horror genre. Red State, really well. I thought it was actually really well made.
Red State was. Red State actually has kind of a following now because it is one of very few of Kevin Smith's movie that doesn't really have any comedy. There's like light comedy at the very beginning before shit goes down. But it's like it gets brutal, it gets like crazy. And
Oh, did I tell you? I don't know if I've told you this story that I was actually there at the screening in Kansas City. The Westboro Baptist Church was invited in to watch the movie. And about 10 minutes in, they left.
Yeah, I think Kevin Smith himself actually personally invited them.
Yeah, he did. He said, "Hey, this you're welcome. You're welcome to come in and watch the movie. Here are free tickets. Come watch the movie." And they basically they came over. They thanked him for the about 10 minutes in. They came over. They thanked him for the offer and left because they couldn't stand the movie. It was based on them. So
yeah.
Basically, it's how the rest of the world sees them, pretty much.
So Red State was critically panned. It
was very much a love it or hate it movie type.
Yeah, it was critically panned, but it has a very split fan base. Many people who have been fans of Kevin Smith for a long time, particularly, it's split that fan base. Because on the one hand, it is not a comedy. It's not his usual quirky comedy kind of deal. Like slice of life, or not, I wouldn't say like a day in the life kind of comedy, which is usually what he aims at, like Mallrats, Clerks. This comedy with the comedy with no real direction, but kind of just looking in the life and making light of it. On the other hand, it is a pretty well-made movie. Oh
yeah, it's a very well-made movie. As far as I can tell, it's got a decent cast. It's actually got quite a few big-name celebrities in it.
Yeah,
which is surprising.
Well, it's not surprising with Kevin Smith. I mean, the dude has to be one of the most connected indie filmmakers I've ever seen. I mean, he's had Matt Damon, Ben Affleck. He's had Justin Long in his movies. He's had Haley Joel Osment.
You have to remember that this was when he was working with Miramax. That's when he was working with Miramax. Miramax had the pull at that point in time. This one, he got John Goodman to come in for Red State. And this was a complete indie film.
Yeah, he fully funded it himself.
Yeah. And he got John Goodman to come. And then again, John Goodman isn't as huge a name anymore. I mean, he's a huge name, but he doesn't do much in acting anymore.
I love John Goodman, though.
Yeah. He did... Well, they did try to do the Roseanne thing until Roseanne got canceled.
Yeah, the Roseanne revival.
They actually tried to keep it going without her, and I'm like, it's not Roseanne without Roseanne.
There's also in it, there's Michael Parks, who plays the head, the guy.
That was just before he died.
Yeah, it was.
He was able to see the movie before he died, and that was a big thing.
It wasn't like right before he died, but I think it was one of his final roles.
Yeah. Michael Parks died in 1997.
That's not the right Michael Parks.
That's not the right one. Yes, it is. It's the right one.
Died in 1997?
No, 2017. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, he played in Tusk as well, so it wasn't his last role that Kevin Smith did. He was in both Red State and Tusk.
Yeah, I think there were some of his final roles though.
Yeah, Red State was 2011, Tusk was 2014. The Queen of Hollywood Boulevard was that, and The Gnashing were his two final movies that were supposed to be released posthumously, but The Gnashing still hasn't been released. He was in Walker, Texas Ranger. He had a long career.
Yeah.
Dating all the way back to 1965.
Yeah. But I think the biggest thing is that after we talk about Miramax having the pull, but most of Kevin Smith's movies didn't have a budget above $500,000, $1 million. I think his biggest budget movie was maybe Jane Silent Bob Strike Back.
That was a big one. Jane Silent Bob Strike Back was the big one. Dogma, I would have to say that had a huge budget.
It didn't. It had a very small budget.
And it actually got at least 3 big actors in it.
Yeah. Yeah, Dogma only had a $10 million budget, which is nothing in film. Especially for a film like Dogma. That would have been, if Dogma were made by a A-level company, that would have been at least $50 million easy. I mean, there was...
Miramax was owned by Disney at this point, so it was not like they didn't have the money.
Yeah. It's just that Kevin Smith was the indie guy. Chasing Amy is probably one of the most impressive ones. That one apparently had a $250,000 budget. And that one had...
Ben Affleck.
It had Ben Affleck. It had Jason Lee and Joey Lauren Adams.
Well, Jason Lee's never been huge budget.
But
he's never cost a lot to get into a movie.
He's a known name.
Yeah,
I would. He's one of those people that's a known name, even if he's not a huge. Apparently, Matt Damon's in the movie as well. But stuff like that, like he is one of those people that is seriously one of the most connected indie filmmakers I've ever seen.
Well, he did Cop Out,
which I think was also fully independent.
That was indie, where he was he wasn't the writer because Bruce Willis actually had a role in the writing. But he was the main producer for it, and I believe he got Bruce Willis because of his role doing Die Hard 3. Or was it Die Hard 4?
Die Hard 3 was made during the 90s. Die Hard 4 was Live Free Die Hard.
Okay, so it was Die Hard 4. And basically he wrote this script for his role, which was a minor role. He played a hacker that lived in his mom's basement, basically. Basically he had a minor role in the movie, but he wrote out his whole script, all the exposition that they skipped in the part of the movie, because it's like, okay, the people need to understand this. So he wrote out basically the whole exposition. He just rattled it off during his exposition scene, explaining how to do this and this, and Bruce was like, yeah, let's just do this. Boom. But he liked working with him, and so they ended up going to do that in Cop Out. And Second Mirror Make a Porno was a good one. I don't know the budgets on any of these.
The Groovy
Zach,
cartoon movie was done in-house.
so real quick with Dogma, Ben Affleck, Matt Damon, and Linda Ferrentino, who was a big name at the time, and of course Jason Lee's also in there as Azrael.
Salma Hayek too, and now she's a big name, but she wasn't a big name then.
She had just started getting some traction at that point.
Also, Alan Rickman and Chris Rock. Alan Rickman was a big name,
and so was Chris Rock.
Yeah, Chris Rock was a pretty big name at that point in time.
Because that was after he had already
90s,
that was after he had already started doing. He had already successfully been a stand-up comedian, but Everybody Hates Chris had already started by that point and was already pretty big.
So yeah, 10 million. Well, it was a box office success. It's budget 10 million, box office 44. That's still pretty low. That's still a bigger profit margin than Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back.
So Zack and Miri is actually one of his bigger budget movies, which makes sense. Seth Rogen was actually already kind of known at that point. He had already played in 40-Year-Old Virgin, and I think it was prior to.
That's 24. Yeah, Cop Out was 30.
Yeah, Cop Out I think is his biggest budget movie.
Red State was only 4 million, but it didn't. It was actually a flop in box office.
Yeah, that one definitely. Yeah, that one we knew about it being a flop. Yoga Hosers was technically a flop too, but he said that he didn't lose money on it. He said that it basically meant that he could make Clerks 3 at that point.
Oh, this is kind of funny. Budget for Yoga Hosers, 5 million. Box office, $38,784. She had like the actual amount in there. I'm like, okay, what was the budget? Okay, so I'm waiting for Clerks 3. It's supposed to be released this year.
Yeah.
Kilroy was here. I have no idea on this one, but it's a horror movie. It actually supposed to have Chris Jericho in it. Interesting.
Oh boy, another WWE star in a movie. That's
yeah, well, they're just like filler roles. He is actually I think he's one of the protagonists. One of the people that's after Kilroy. But it's a horror movie. Let's see here. Fanboys, Coyote Ugly. Wait, he actually helped write Coyote Ugly? Interesting. That was actually a good movie.
But yeah, I think we're near our end here.
Yeah.
So anyway, guys, want to thank you guys for watching. Flame will be back soon. He's just busy during the month of June, apparently. So we're going to go ahead and end it off there. Sai, go ahead and plug yourself.
All right, I am SciSpy. You can find me over at SciSpy Gaming. Link will probably be below if Sam can remember to put it in there.
Shut up.
If you want to see me, I haven't put anything in there in a while, though I do plan to put some stuff there in soon. Soon being soon, with an asterisk there, which means I'll eventually get my ass around to it. But I'm working on some other stuff behind the scenes, so hopefully I'll be back doing stuff either through the channel or moving over to Twitch side to see how I do over there. And of course, I will announce that here before I do anything on that scale.
And his Twitter is also at SciSpy84.
Yeah, I don't use the Twitter, so I didn't really worry about plugging that.
And of course, guys, you already know from me, you can find me on Twitter at Sam_KIA. You can also find me here on YouTube at youtube.com/SamKIA Gaming. Additionally, I also haven't posted to my channel in a while on that side, but I did recently release a video where I mentioned that I was going to be reformatting the channel. I had mentioned it in several of the former podcasts, but I finally released the video officially announcing it. So expect to see technology-based videos. I am going to wrap up my gaming series just for the sake of closure. But yeah. Additionally, I also have my Star Wars channel where I have posted daily for the past month now. Every once in a while, I'll take a day off. But I do mostly no commentary videos, though I am working on a review over Knights of the Republic 2 on the Switch. It's probably going to be a negative review.
Well, you talked about. I didn't watch the whole thing that you had there, but you did talk about the intro. It's like there's this flickering effect, and then there's
problems.
Yeah,
many problems. I also will be doing a Knights of the Republic 2 comparison. I had done a Knights of the Republic 1 comparison, but I'm gonna be waiting for the hopeful fix from the cut content DLC. On top of that, I also am currently working on another top 5, top 10 style video of Star Wars novels. That has been one of my most requested second part videos.
Mm-hmm.
And other than that, I don't have anything else.
Is this a third Star Wars novels list that you...
Second one.
Is the second one? Okay.
Yes.
I know that you said that the last one was a little bit controversial, but it was your top 10, so...
Mm-hmm. It was a little controversial. But you can find that channel at youtube.com/TheJediMasterPro. And same Twitter and everything. You can also find us on Twitter at deadon_podcast, ran by very own Takati, who in herself actually has 1,000 followers on Twitter, which I don't think she's actually ever tweeted other than replies, so that's crazy. And of course, you guys can come hang out with us on our Discord server. Link is in the description of all the videos, except for maybe the first one. I need to go back and check it. But you can come hang out with us. You can get your pleb status. There are instructions on how to get your pleb status. And if you are really awesome, you will move above being a pleb. So don't be a pleb. Be awesome.
Be awesome.
We may be having one more Dead On discussion before Flames return. And yeah, we can go ahead and end it there. So I hope you guys enjoyed this. If you did, make sure to subscribe to the channel, hit the bell icon so you can be notified whenever we upload. It's not too hard. We do upload once a week on the podcast and twice a week whenever the discussion is ready. So if you do enjoy it, please give it a like. It lets us know that we are doing well with our content, or if you want us to reshift our focus, let us know. If you want any topics by telling us down in the comments, you can get your topic if it's awesome enough. And we'll see you all in the next podcast.